Back in a sec, guys.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Norman Fulham and Mike Simmons have just joined us.
I have.
Mike, you know Gil Clark, right?
Gil, how you doing? I've known Gil for what, I don't know, 30 years? No, more than that.
More than that, yeah. You knew him before I did. It's been maybe
Oh, I was alive before you were. A long time.
a long time. How old are you now, Mike?
In a few weeks, I'll be 71.
Oh,
Young whippersnapper.
so you're 10 years older than me.
Yeah, but that's only in chronological age. Maturity-wise, I'm way behind you.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Hi. Okay, so let me start sharing the show here.
Am I too early, Scott?
No one's ever too early for this show. I actually turned on Zoom at about 7 p.m. So
Okay.
I said
7 Central Time or California time or Eastern time?
time, Central Time.
Central time. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now here it's 8:42.
I have to do a restart, so I'm going to have to call back into the call in a couple minutes.
Cool.
Certainly.
I'll watch for you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's funny because some people who are logging in, they just pop in and they don't need me to admit them. They just come in. And I'm not.
How rude.
following that.
oh God, I don't get in anywhere without being frisked.
And other people, well,
No, I must be on a list.
it must be. I don't think I'm on that list.
No, you're too nice.
Okay. All right. And I think that we've got a lot of places where it's clear tonight, so that's encouraging.
Not in Montreal.
It's been clear all day here.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to see Mars, right, Libby?
Yes.
Yeah.
It looks like you're on Mars, Libby.
I took a break from quarantine.
Good.
Our show's being shared. Great. How are you feeling, David? You feel good? Maybe David's taking a break here. Huh? No, he's right there. Feel good, David?
Oh, yeah, I can hear everybody.
Good.
Jerry and I were just chatting together.
Oh, were you?
So, and I had to talk to Wendy there for a second, but we're all doing great and we're ready to roll.
Awesome. Awesome. So Tuesday nights are not only Global Star Party night at Explore Scientific, but it's Clean the Offices night. So we have our cleaning crew here.
Well, you aren't you
Invite
gonna
them on.
Yeah, stream that.
Yeah. I'm on one of those vacuum cleaners.
Hey, Scott, if I share the live feed from Facebook to my page, does that work?
Sure,
Okay, I'm going to give it a try.
give it a whirl. Some people have their privacy settings, so that I can't just willy-nilly go and share it to your page, you know, so. So what I do is I share it, I broadcast it on, simulcast on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and we are on 2 different Twitch channels right now, our own and Twitch Guys Network. And then we're also live on cloudynights.com. And we are, and whoever else shares, you know, so I shared it. I belong to a bunch of astronomy groups, and I just shared it to a bunch of them.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, like Facebook Astronomy Club has something like 30 or 40,000 members. They at least get it on their, you know, their news feed. Whether they watch it or not is kind of up to them, but at least they're aware of it. But who wouldn't want to watch this? I mean, this is got all the, this is where the cool kids club is, right? We have Kelsey Moore, from Nova Graphics. She's going to be on tonight. That's great. You know, I feel really, it's cool to get some people on for the first time, like Gil, you know, Gil Clark. And Mary might have been able to come on, but she got bit by her cat and had to go to the hospital. So,
Wow.
Kids.
Oh,
You
wow.
have is her cat a leopard?
yeah, man-eating tiger, according to Gil.
Oh,
My cat pierced my finger once when I was giving it treats because it's so hungry. But
Yeah.
after that, it's.
Remember, they're still wild animals, you know.
cats are not domesticated.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
You're muted, but hi, it's
No,
good to
I
see
keep
you.
hitting the darn button, but it stops it. Anyway, hi everyone.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi, Kelly.
Good evening
Hello,
all.
Kelly.
Hello, Libby.
Hello.
So what kind of fish do you got in the tank there, Kelly?
Oh, I have great fish. I have they're freshwater,
Mhm.
and they're big. They're, I don't know, they average about 6 or 7 inches long.
Ooh.
And the thing is that they're also old. Some are 15 years old.
Wow.
And so people think that like tropical fish die young, and that often happens because they get parasites really easily and they get sick and die. But if they're taken care of, they will live to a ripe old age. And if they are in a big tank like that one, that's a 55-gallon tank, they can get pretty big.
Yeah.
I used to have those fish when I was doing a regular fish thing. I had many tanks actually. That's pretty big.
Yeah, I think the biggest one, I mean, the biggest one is probably over the catchable limit.
Well, you better throw
Do
them
they-
back.
I
Do they have
two.
names?
Yes, they have names. Yes. I've got a big Bala shark in there that's called Boss. You can maybe see there a black one with an orange tail right on the edge there. That's Zorro, and so forth.
I don't remember the names of them, but I had all of those fish.
You still have them?
No, they went to fish heaven a long time ago.
Fish haven't. Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
I have 2 glowfish. There's a type that you put under like a UV lamp or not a UV lamp, but a blue light, and then they'll light up. So it's pretty cool.
Well,
Very cool.
we have here at Explore Scientific, Libby, you might remember, we have an angelfish and some sort of river fish, the little minnow looking type fish. Not sure what they're called.
It was funny. I went out to the lake with my friend once, and we got out in the middle of the lake, and I kept on looking at my leg underwater, and I thought it was a fish, so I was screaming.
Mhm.
Hey, Gary, good to see you.
Hi, David. How are you? How is everyone?
Yeah, we're all good.
Cool.
We're all good.
Mars is great with the Certus Major right on the face right now.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's raining.
I was clouded out last night, but had a few good nights. About a week up to about the previous 7 days, but last night it was clouded out.
With all the smoke and stuff you guys had, that was kind of tough.
Yeah, it's been a challenging summer with clouds and smokes and wildfires right close to the observatory here, and got the big wildfire by Tucson got to about 3 miles from us.
Right.
A little exciting.
There was no fires near you, was there, David?
No,
That's
not
good.
here. We did have a lot of smoke, but that is cleared away.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful night right now.
Yeah, a little bit of cloud over by the sun, hiding the sun a little bit, at least up here in Oracle.
Well, I'm clear out in Louisville, and daylight today looked like a penumbral eclipse. Just
Well, here in Australia, the sun is just about at zenith. So while you guys are showing the night skies, maybe I can plug in some solar stuff in a week or two.
Yeah. Do you have any H alpha equipment or?
Yeah, I've got packed away a good H alpha filter, and I'm trying to remember where I have my cameras so I can dig those out. All of that stuff got packed up when they shipped to Australia.
Gil, where are you in Australia?
Right now I'm in Coonabarabran, which is over by the Siding Spring Observatory. We've had 0 cases of COVID here.
Oh, wow.
And we also have a little house on the water in Port Macquarie. And I think they've had 8 cases. One family went to Sydney and one of the teenagers brought it back, but they were able to contain it quickly. So, yeah.
Are they still on strict lockdown in Sydney and Melbourne?
Well, what's your definition?
With curfews, one person can go out each day.
No. No, in fact, they never stopped you from going to the beauty salon or the
No.
barber shop. Schools are in full session. They have procedures for going into restaurants and things like that. And since we're old farts, we tend not to go and eat in the restaurants. We get our food takeaway. And it's really not very far from where it was before the virus. The time difference between the two is it's a 6-hour drive. So we cover quite a bit of area
Yeah.
going back and forth between Port and here.
Okay, he's now suggesting.
It's interesting because in other states, it's like in the States, the governor sets the rules for that state. And over here, the minister for that state sets all of the criteria for how they're going to handle it. And some of them are very excessive, but for good reason, because, well, they like to play sports together. And if they start to relax it, then you see a great big burst of the virus. So it's very interesting watching all this.
It's like here in Montreal, we were in confinement up until about June, end of June. Pretty strict confinement. I mean, all the restaurant were closed, bar was closed, pretty much everything except for like for food, and then, like we were restricted one person per family going for food, and then they lift that confinement in July. And now we're starting in October. We're right back into confinement because people just didn't take any the advice of wearing the mask and still being careful. And now we're back to where we were in March, March and April. It's like, I don't know. it's very
You don't
depressing.
see the mask very often around here. You're required to wear it in hospital.
That's it.
But I don't think there's any other places where it's required to be worn.
If I'm caught in the public area without a mask, I could be fined $1,000.
Oh,
That's a good rule. I think
Oh, yeah.
I think we still have to take this very seriously.
Oh yeah.
people take it seriously.
Yesterday in Quebec only, we have over 1,000 more cases. So it's like we're back in the wave and going down and up and down. And
Living in Mentonville, there's planes coming all the time. A huge one just came over. I don't know if it's a helicopter or not.
Well, that's one thing they've done in Australia. They've severely limited any international travel.
yeah.
And if you fly into Australia, you're immediately put into a hotel for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And
Same thing in Canada. Yeah.
so it's not that they're not taking it seriously. It's in the areas where there's no events of it, they tend to not wear masks and things like that.
There's no control.
They do tell people if you have a sore throat or a cough or anything like that, you have to immediately start wearing a mask. And it seems to be pretty effective that way. And looking at the school kids, none of them are wearing masks. They say the social distancing is in effect, but when they're coming out from school, you see 10, 15 of them all grouped together.
Yeah.
But then the school kids are at the lowest level of serious effects from it.
But still, they can pass it to other ones.
But it's the school kids who make the flu season what it is. So
Yeah.
why would it be any different for COVID? You know.
Yeah.
And
I do virtual school, so Google Meets all day, every day.
the idea that children don't get it as bad as adults has been way overplayed.
Absolutely.
And it's one of the reasons that the by far the greatest number of new cases here in the US is in young people, not children, but children do get very sick and succumb to it. Not that I want to play that up at the moment.
No, that's right. We don't know about the long-term effects because there were 24 football players at Ohio State, and 5 of them ended up with myocarditis as a result of it.
Right.
And they're not over it yet, if ever.
No, they probably won't ever be over myocarditis. Yeah. So it's unfortunate there's played down a bit, but you know, the thing is, kids don't live by themselves. My wife was a teacher and brought home all kinds of it.
Hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific, and this is the Explore Alliance live presentation of the 13th Global Star Party. And we have, as usual, a very interesting and full group of participants here that are going to give presentations, talks. You can expect to see later in the program some art. You would also be able to see some live imaging. It looks like we're going to have clear skies in many areas of the world where astrophotographers are set up. And then the very last part of it, we're going to have kind of like this open panel where people can talk and share. Our Star Party, if you've watched it before, goes on sometimes to midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, sometimes a little bit later than that. So you're welcome to pop in and out as you'd like to, but we're happy to have you here if you're watching. So this program is also being simulcast on Clear Skies Network that's on Twitch. We have our own Twitch channel. It is on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and Twitter. And we're real proud to have everybody participating with us right now. You'll see people kind of pop in and out as the program goes along. But these people that are here right now like to be in with the first part of the group. And as usual, we have David Levy giving a talk for us. That's followed up by Kelly Beatty, who's in, I believe, your 6th segment. Is that right?
Right, 6 of 7. And then I'll just wing it.
I mean, just a really incredible, to have Kelly join us so many times. I love it. Gary Palmer's with us in the UK. We've got Wade Prunty here with us, who is on Clear Skies Network with his own show. Norman Fulham up in Canada. Mike Simmons in California right now. Chuck Allen. Chuck, I forget where you live.
Louisville,
Kentucky.
yes.
Yeah, Kentucky. Okay. And we have Jerry Hubbell, who's in Virginia. Libby and the Stars, who's with me here in Arkansas. Gil Clark, who's down in Australia. Maybe, I don't know, I consider him to be like one of the fathers of remote observatory access. And he ran the NASA's Telescopes in Education program for a long time. And so Mike Wiesner, who has authored books and is a champion of smartphone astrophotography and all kinds of astronomy, so a real guru, a big influencer. Jason Genzel, called The Vast Reaches. And Jason has a huge following on Instagram and social media. And then we come back to David Levy, who's, again, in all of our presentations, I've taken the opportunity to tell you about David from my perspective, but I kind of reflected on all the things that people tell me about David. And I've met hundreds of amateur astronomers who have seen him give talks, lectures, read his books. were influenced by him in some way or another. And, he's also been on, documentaries and stuff like that. So he literally has touched astronomers around the planet for many, many years. And we're so lucky to have him on the show. David Levy, how are you? How are you doing today? And what will you bring to us today?
Thank you, Scotty. And let me begin by coming back at you a little bit. Can you all see me okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Anyway, I wanted to tell you that Scotty and I have actually been close friends for many, many years, since the time he was a vice president at Mead Instruments. And then when he started his own company, he and I were just driving around one day to a star party, and Scotty asked me a few questions about telescope for a beginner, and we talked about it. And I said, "What are you doing this?" He said, "Nah, nothing." And then about a few months later, out came the David H. Levy Comet Hunter telescope, which I have one of here, and it's just a beautiful telescope. I just really love it. This is very special. Tuesday nights have become extraordinarily special and emotional for me. Scotty, you're one reason. Kelly, you're another.
Yes.
Because Kelly is the voice of Sky and Telescope. Whenever I listen to his talk, I think of the first issue I got when I was 15 years old back in 1963. Oh my goodness, that was fun. I remember looking in these pages and realizing that Kaoru Ikea had just discovered his first comet back in 1963. And oh, I missed it. I didn't get to see it. In fact, I wouldn't see my first comet until Ikea's third one, Ikea Seki, in 1965. Boy, did I ever see that one. That was really incredible. One of the things that I like to do is to, no, Kelly was not writing, I don't think, for Sky and Tel in 1963. But he sure is now. And may he be writing for them for the next 100 years. Anyway, I usually do some quotes, and I have a couple for you tonight. Here's the first one. If reason's reach transcend the sky, why should it then to earth be bound? The writ is wronged and led awry, if mine be married to the ground. There's a very ancient way for a fellow named Robert Record in his book, The Castle of Knowledge, to talk about the night sky. He wrote that in 1556. And I happened to just find it while doing some research for my PhD thesis a number of years ago. And I still love it. The sky has always been very special and very, very emotional to me. It offers peace at the end of a dark, rainy day and the sky clears, or at the end, as we get so much of here in Arizona, a sunny day, and then the sky is beautifully clear. I get to go out and be at peace with the night sky. It is one of the most pleasant things I can ever imagine doing. One of the things I was saying about my friendship with Scotty is that there's a lot of humor with it. We're always joking around. There's a lot of laughter.
Right.
However, it hasn't always been that way in my life. I used to have a real propensity for depression, and especially when I was a teenager and into my early 20s. As a student at Acadia, I got into a massive depression. And while doing that, I happened to light upon Oscar Wilde's book, De Profundis. And one of the things he wrote, which really impressed me, was these words, which I'm about to quote from De Profundis. He wrote them while he was going through a depression in prison. And one of the wonderful things about depression is that it forces you to look upon what's important in life. You ignore all of the trivia. You concentrate on what's important, like this. Society, as we have constituted it, will have no place for me, has none to offer. But nature, whose sweet rains fall on unjust and just alike, will have clefts in the rocks where I may hide, and secret valleys in whose silence I may weep undisturbed. She will hang the night with stars so that I may walk abroad in the darkness without stumbling, and send the wind over my footprints so that none may track me to my hurt. She will cleanse me in great waters and with bitter herbs make me whole. The thing about the sky is the magic of it, the peace that it offers. It's almost like, okay, you're mine now. You're going to look at the stars, going to see some doubles, a galaxy, a nebula, a comet, or something like that. Anything like that that will really get you off what you're bothered with and onto something else. Of course, now in recent years, instead of being depressed for weeks or months, my depressions now go away within a few minutes. It really does not bother me anymore. But I still love the peace and quiet that the night sky brings. I'm going to close with a third quotation. This is from Tennyson, and there's a reason that I'm closing with Tennyson. I never knew Alfred Lord Tennyson, obviously, but I do know his great-great-grandson, Jonathan Tennyson. He is an astronomer at University College of London. And I actually, when I was in London, I got to meet with him. We talked about In Memoriam, we talked about some of the poems. And he started by saying that he tries to avoid poetry as much as possible. But as soon as I walked into his office, there was a quotation, a framed quotation of a couple of lines out of In Memoriam. And he looked at me and laughed and said, well, most of the time. But this is the quotes that calls us to the night sky. This is from Ulysses. The lights begin to twinkle from the rocks. The long day wanes. The slow moon climbs. The deep moans round with many voices. Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world. Push off, and sitting well in order, smite the sounding furrows. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars until I die. It may be that the gulfs will wash us down. It may be that we shall touch the happy isles and see the great Achilles whom we knew. Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not now that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Back to you, Scotty.
Thank you very much, David. Excellent, excellent. I was reflecting. I'm watching all the people coming here on chat, and I know that many people are watching in different parts of the world today. People that are here at this star party are, many of them are quite seasoned. They've been to many star parties, have interacted with the amateur astronomers for a long time. One of the things I can say about the amateur astronomical community is that it is one of the greatest fellowships of all time. It is something that stretches back not hundreds of years, but thousands of years. And amateur astronomers can read the history books and look at the writings and the inspiration from Herschel and from Copernicus and from all of these great astronomers going all the way back, and they can find the threads that start to build up the fabric of what we call science and exploration today. And but it is something it's a living kind of thing, and the effects of looking out across the universe and this humbling this humbling that happens, understanding that, once you start to understand the vastness of it all and the amazing processes and all the rest of it, it is something that makes you feel very small, but at the same time, you realize your mind is as vast as the universe you can understand. And so I think these two things are important elements in building the friendships and the bonds that tie all of us, that we call, those of us that call ourselves stargazers or astronomers. And so I wish you could meet every one of these people in person. Maybe some of you have, but to have them here all at the Global Star Party is really, to me, kind of like a miracle of the modern age, to be able to, for all of us to be in the comforts of our home and to share the camaraderie that we are right now. So I do thank you, all of you, for watching. I know, we've talked a little bit about the pandemic and the ongoing effects of that, but hopefully here tonight, we are giving you a little reprieve from your feelings of being isolated or quarantined. And we can hope that you can look up and explore. And tonight's a great night for it, because Mars, although it's not at its closest or at opposition, it is apparently at its closest point. So our next speaker is
And Scott, if I could just say one thing.
Sure.
Here, and that is just before we go on to Kelly, I just wanted to call to your attention, first of all, that Syrtis Major is right on the front edge of Mars right now. If you want to take a look at Mars tonight, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. But also, I remember a lecture from Leif Robinson, former editor of Sky and Telescope, may he rest in peace now. But Leif had said how we all talk about how the universe makes us feel so small and so insignificant. And one of the things I think about when I'm listening to what Kelly has to say is that Leif said was during an eclipse trip we were on back in 2001, that's not true. There may be a lot of little things, but in no other spot in the universe have the atoms been put together in such a way to make you and me. There is only one Scotty Roberts in the universe, and only one Kelly Beatty, and only one Mike Simmons, and only one Libby, and only one Gary, and only one of all the others.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, Kelly, I'm going to give you the stage. Let's do that. But I also want to say, and now it's great that Kelly has been on with us now for his sixth part of his 7-part lecture series. If you've watched them all, you're starting to get to know this man. And although you're just watching him over Zoom, this is a live program, and hopefully you're getting a little bit of the reason why a lot of us instantly like this guy. He is remarkably smart in that he knows so much about astronomy and the culture of astronomy, the history of astronomy. He is someone that's traveled the world chasing eclipses. He loves sharing the experience of personal exploration, personal discovery. He is, I hope that one day you're able to experience an eclipse with this man. If you can, I'm sure he's got something planned for 2023 for the annular eclipse coming up, and of course the 2024 eclipse, total eclipse that's going to be racing across the United States. Anyways, I feel very, very fortunate that you've been on with us for so many nights, and so I'm starting to run out of words. But Kelly, you know how I feel about you, so thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Boy, these intros get gushier every week, and I'm Thank you for those many kind words. I am the smartest person in the room right now because all I have is my fish to join me. You know, we've been talking about the sort of arc of amateur astronomy over the decades. And for those who might be joining for the first time tonight, we started out back in the 1920s and 30s, made our way through the space age, through the onset of widespread light pollution and the advent of fantastic telescopes, a new generation of telescopes. Last week we talked a little bit about imaging, and I see Mike here, the guru of smartphone photography. Mike, I don't think you were here. I showed a photo taken by a local amateur astronomer, an older guy. First time he'd taken photos, he used a 6-inch simulcast and put his smartphone up on an adapter and got this fabulous image of Saturn by, you know, combining. He stacked 50 images from a little video he took. He'd never stacked before, and this is all at our fingertips now. And in a lot of ways, it makes up for the deficiencies that we might have as visual astronomers, because light pollution has robbed us, so many of us, of the ability to see the night sky in all the glory that it started out with, and still has if you know where to go and how to look. So, you know, tonight we're going to take a little introspective look at the makeup of amateur astronomers as a whole. And I want to hark back to the 1950s and early 60s, the advent of the space program and the space race, and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people were fixed with this gripping drama of, you know, who was going to be first in space to do this or that. And we had a renaissance of interest in astronomy. And many of the astronomy clubs that we all belong to now got their starts during the late 50s and early 60s as a place where people could come and share their interest, their newfound passion in astronomy. The makeup of those clubs was almost entirely male, and it remains. Here we are 60 years later, it remains almost entirely male, taking nothing away from this great group of people we have amassed here. But you know, you go to this group of people here is not representative of society as a whole. And I'm reading a great book called The Last Stargazer by a woman named Emily Levesque, who's a young astronomy professional. And she points out that, you know, that when we talk about having a diverse and inclusive membership in this global network of amateur astronomy that we all share and love, she points out that right now, at least in the United States, about 40% of all degrees, PhDs, are granted to women, which is fantastic. That's a huge improvement over, say, just as little as 2 decades ago. But of those women who've gotten PhDs, only 4% are Hispanic and only 2% are Black. Now, that's here in the United States. As Mike Simmons pointed out so wonderfully with his images last week, that's not always the case. If you go to Iran in particular, the amateur astronomy movement is undeniably young and undeniably female. And I think that's just a fantastic opportunity for them to become engaged with the stars, for young people to be engaged with the stars. So we often ask the question of ourselves as we talk in our old gray men astronomy clubs: where are the young astronomers? Where are the Libbies and the teenagers and so forth that we remember welcoming into our clubs so many years ago? And you know, it's funny because just a couple of months ago, we had a fantastic visitor from the depths of the solar system, Comet Neowise. And it was one of those moments that really captured the public's attention and their interest and their imagination, much as Mars is doing right now. I mean, there are going to be news stories about Mars tomorrow, about how it's closer now 38,570,000 miles away from Earth, not particularly close, but closer than it will be again until the year 2035. And we had this opportunity with Comet Neowise and Mars to sort of take that, what we call that touch of interest that is shown by everyday people in astronomy, and cement it into something that's a little bit more long lasting. And we don't do a good job of that. And there are a lot of reasons for why. You know, I've talked about this often. Amateur astronomy today, just astronomy today, is very different than it was before, in the decades before. We have a lot of competition we didn't have then. We have the obvious ones like light pollution, and we have the obvious ones like, you know, the internet is just not distracting, but it provides opportunities for people to learn about astronomy, and they don't need us to do it. They don't need an amateur astronomer or a club setting in order to learn about astronomy. But there's other things that are more subtle and insidious. That darn Hubble Space Telescope, right, has spoiled it, because all those beautiful pictures cannot possibly, I don't care how good an Explore scientific telescope you have, okay, you are not going to see through the eyepiece anything like what even those fuzzy early, I looked at them up, you know, it was launched 40 years ago. I looked up some of those early fuzzy images of Mars and galaxies and stuff. Even those outdo what we can see at the eyepiece. And so we have a hard time convincing anyone to be sort of permanently engaged in what we're doing, because there aren't as many advantages to being in clubs. And you know, that's an important thing. Clubs are not a thing now. It is not the nature of society to belong to clubs, and it's not just astronomy, it's bird watching, it's anything else, coin collecting, whatever. But I do want to mention, as we I don't want this to be a totally despondent moment. I think there are some ways that we can engage people better. It's true, and I think most of us who belong to astronomy clubs will agree that the astronomy club's membership is actually growing. It's certainly the case in the clubs that I'm associated with. I'm not sure about in Tucson or Arkansas, but the number of people who are members of clubs is growing. And that's a good thing. But it's not like it was 30 or 40 years ago. I'll just a snapshot. You mentioned, Scotty, you mentioned Sky and Telescope. In the late 1970s, I did the first survey of the subscribers of Sky and Telescope, and we found that the new people coming in to become subscribers were very heavily weighted to being under 30. They were students. They were you know, in college or high school, and this is pre-internet basically. And so there was still that youth movement, if you will. Now, what we find is that it is undeniably not the younger population. What it is instead is we find that new subscribers, and I think this applies to new members of astronomy clubs, are 40-somethings, parents of maybe a family, a husband and wife who both share a love of the stars or remember how much fun they had with astronomy when they were young. They're older now, they have, their careers are established, their kids are more independent, and babysitting is not needed. They have a little more free time, and they have more disposable income. And these are the people that we see coming in. And I think that is a clue as to why amateur astronomy isn't more diverse. It is undeniably the case that there are a lot of people who don't have that disposable income, who don't have that free time. They're working 2 jobs, 3 jobs at minimum wage. And astronomy is like the last thing in their minds, you know, getting involved in like looking at the stars or going out to a dark sky site, whatever that might be. But I think there's hope. And I want to offer a couple of suggestions for those here who might be listening to, if you're passionate about astronomy and you want to share that passion, and you know what, amateur astronomers as a group are the most selfless, passionate people about what they do. You all can't wait to show somebody something through a telescope. An amateur comes from the French word to love. And it's true that we all love astronomy, all of us. And so we want to share that love. I think one great way to do this and to give people something that they can't get from an app and they can't get from a YouTube video is a program called Globe at Night, globeatnight.org. Globeatnight.org was started about 15 years ago in Tucson as a kind of educational classroom activity to get families, get classes to go out and do approximate estimates of the naked eye limiting magnitude of their sky as a way to gauge how much light pollution they were dealing with. And that sort of classroom component has kind of faded away because the underlying sponsorship shifted, but it's still a fantastic way for people who have no equipment and no experience at all with the night sky to suddenly have to look at it and understand something about it. Globeatnight.org. I hope all of you, after we're done, go look at that. This is for big kids and little kids too. It's what's so beautiful about it is that you make this estimate. It's just a simple, how many stars do I see? Does it match this little chart? I go online, I log in my location and what I saw, and you become part of a global database that's not just aimless number gathering. It's actually used by lighting researchers around the world who are trying to figure out where light pollution is going. Just as an aside, the current generation of satellites that study the Earth at night are kind of insensitive to blue light. And so they don't give a really accurate picture of what's actually going on here on the ground. And so these researchers use the estimates from Globe at Night to sort of calibrate what the satellites are using. So I encourage you to go see that and participate and get everyone you can in your neighborhood to participate. And it's a fantastic opportunity, globeatnight.org. The other one is probably something none of you have ever heard of, called PopScope, P-O-P Scope. It's a modest movement of young people in a number of cities, mostly on the eastern coast of the United States, who are passionate about astronomy, but don't know anything about it. But that doesn't stop them from diving into neighborhoods in the middle of cities, in the most light polluted of settings, urban settings, and almost flash mobbing with I don't know, nothing more than a 60 or 80 millimeter telescope, showing whoever is there, whoever comes by, whatever they might be able, whatever they can see. It might be the moon, it might be
What'd you say?
And so I encourage you to look into that, because I'm working with the PopScope people. I believe this could be the beginning of a sort of next wave of involvement of young people in amateur astronomy. They will eventually find, the young people like Libby who are motivated are going to find it themselves anyway. But I think those people are out there, those young people are out there. We can find them and their families and engage them in amateur astronomy, and we'll feel good about it. We'll end up with more diverse spheres for our astronomy clubs, and we'll show more people why the sky is such an amazing thing, and they will learn to love it just as we do. That's it for tonight. Back to you, Scotty.
Great, wonderful. Okay. Great. We're kind of in the middle of our first segment of the Global Star Party. This is our 13th Global Star Party. We will have coming up is next will be Libby and the Stars. And Libby will be talking about Mars. It kind of rhymes. I think that's kind of cool. Then Stuart Parkerson from Astronomy Technology Today has joined us. So he's in the room at this point. And then we go to Mike Simmons. He'll talk about his One Sky Chronicles, the ongoing stories of global astronomy. And Chuck Allen will finish up the first segment here before we go to a 10-minute break. Chuck is Vice President of the Astronomical League, and they are our sponsor for our door prizes. So we have prize partners that have including Explore Scientific, that are giving prizes for people who correctly answer questions that are emailed, not put in chat, but emailed to Kent, K-E-N-T, at explorescientific.com. And I'm going to put that in the chat stream here. So if you're listening and you're paying attention, you'll know where to send your answers, but don't put them in chat. Okay, so let me talk a little bit about Libby. I met Libby, it's now maybe 2 months ago, maybe, I think. Is that right, Libby? Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. And Libby, let me bring Libby up here. There you go, and I'll join you for just a minute. Libby is, he's a 10-year-old, which makes you, are you in 5th grade? Is that right?
Yes.
Right, 5th grade. So, and from what I understand, Libby has always been interested in the stars, always been interested in space exploration. She is someone who cannot get enough of watching things like NASA television, keeping track of satellites, learning about the planets, learning about the depths of space. And she's the only kid I've ever known that read every astronomy book in her school library. So she is intensely interested. She has joined, a great group of us here, and they all love her and have been inspired by Libby's tenacity and her interest in following through on her. I think you gave me 56 episodes that you wanted to do. So this is, and how many times have you been on our show already, Libby?
I think it's been 5 times.
5 times, yeah. So you've been on the world stage 5 times with some of the greatest speakers in amateur astronomy. So and some professional astronomers are going to say, and just astronomy, period. Okay, so we love that you're here. We love that you're sharing your enthusiasm with us, and so I'm going to give the stage to you. Okay, and your subject is Mars, correct?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, so we're going to let you have it, and I'll just take myself off here. There you go.
So as Scott said, I did make a list of 56 things I wanted to talk about. And I don't know if this is perfect timing or coincidence, but every time it seems that every planet that I chose, or there's new news every time I decide to speak about it. So that's always great. The new news for this week is that Mars is really close to us. It is 38.6 million miles close, and it'll stay the same for a long time. Well, it won't be the same for a long time. So me and my mom have plans to set the telescope up, and we're gonna see, maybe we have to take my telescope out to a field because the Mars is facing the east, and so we are staying up late for that tonight. I do want to talk a little bit about Mars. Mars is the 4th planet in our solar system, and right now it's the most important planet in our solar system, because number one, NASA's been scoping it out for years and decades, and they've been planning all around it, and I learned a lot about that at Space Camp. We had this project to do on how to populate Mars, and you were supposed to support some people on Mars. So a lot of kids in my group were like, I'm going to support 1 million people. That'll make me really famous. And we had a budget of $1 million. And let's just say I was under budget and they were over budget. I supported 35 people because honestly, you don't need to support a lot of people. I would definitely start with a smaller amount of people, but I learned how to make a Mars base, and they had this Lego software, and we kind of just mapped out where our Mars base would be, and we were like, okay, we should spend money on buying a water source and maybe an ice habitat. And my budget, I have it written down here, is $255,000. So that would be really cool. I was looking a lot about the first people going on Mars, because when I grow up, I do want to be an astronaut and go see Mars, because it's just a really pretty planet. The carbon oxide makes it a really pretty red color, and it may be extremely far away, but NASA's just running into a lot of problems they need to face to get to Mars. If NASA went to the moon and they've been accomplishing a lot of stuff, such as rovers on the moon, then they can definitely get enough materials to definitely get some people up on the moon and Mars. And soon they're first going back to the moon to kind of do the so-called repeat of the Apollo program that they did. And now they are doing Orion. And I like to tune into NASA TV every night with my cat, and sometimes they'll repeat stuff, but they will give us updates on the Orion. And NASA's doing interns with 16-year-olds, and they'll have like one on every night, and sometimes they'll do live videos on the NASA TV. And I'll listen to the interns, and they'll talk about how they don't have really any knowledge about space, but they get to help build with the rovers. And I, one kid at a couple kids at space camp, an older group, made a rover, and they had a little videotape on top of the rover to videotape us during the planetarium, and that was amazing. I'm like, send this up to Mars now, NASA. Get on it. But I thought that was amazing, and I think that it'd be pretty easy to send something up to Mars because the temperature is only minus 80 degrees, which that's almost the temperature of Antarctica. So if you really think about it, you don't need to have high quality stuff. Maybe it's just like really cold where you live, and that's just like maybe just like some habitat on Earth. Maybe someone lives super cold, but definitely you don't need to have any durable supplies to go to Mars. So I was like, send this to Mars, and I thought like it must be so easy to make a rover for Mars, because if you make a rover for Venus, they'll probably scorch and die in about 2 hours. But if you make a rover for Mars, it will last there for a long time. The rovers on Mars right now are Sojourner, I think that's how it's pronounced, Spirit, Opportunity, and Curiosity. And if I had a little rover friend, I would probably name it the Courage.
Okay.
Yeah. Usually when I think of space stuff, and they always use those like really nice names for stuff, I usually use Courage because it takes a lot of courage to go up into space and be able to be isolated from friends and family is another big part of going to Mars. I wouldn't really mind being away from my family, but at space camp, I called my mom, and my brother sent me pictures of the kitties, and I was super happy. And I think if I was able to connect with some friends and family, during my trip to Mars, that would make it a lot easier. Because Mars is so far away. It would be really hard to be away from friends and family, being isolated. But if quarantine goes on for over 2 years, then you could probably be able to go to Mars. If you live alone and you're in quarantine for over 2 years, you can go to Mars.
Okay,
So,
Libby, that's great. That's great. I was looking at the chats here, people responding to you, and people are trying to predict when we will have on Mars. From your perspective, Libby, and we unfortunately I can't go on too much longer, but how many years do you think it will be before we have humans on Mars?
So I researched that, and the next astronaut, which is 18 years old, her name is Alyssa Carson, and I find that inspiring as a young astronomer because I'm so young and I'm doing a lot of stuff in the astronomy community. She is 18 years old, and she will be the first human on Mars. And I say the time range would be 2020 to 2030. Around that time range, if nothing goes wrong, hopefully it will be 2024 is what I'm hoping for. But I do find that inspiring that a young person will be going to space because I'm so young and I'm doing star parties and making waves in the global star parties and astronomies.
Yeah. Thank you.
Libby, this is Gil. I've spent a bit of time on submarines, and we would go down for 6 to 10 weeks. I think the longest I was on was 12 weeks under the water with between 120 and 140 people. And one thing people don't consider is the psychological effects of so many people in a confined area for such an extended period of time. So that might be something you would want to look into. It's an area that's going to become of high interest to NASA.
Yeah, definitely. I want to spend my life surrounded by cats. I may live with like a friend or two, but if I can be isolated and quarantined, it's kind of like astronaut training. I'm getting an early start, NASA, so you can hire me once quarantine's over. It's my early start. I can be isolated. No worries.
Awesome. Well, that's great. I believe that Dustin Gibson has joined us. Libby, thank you so much. That was an excellent talk. And
thank you for letting me talk.
That's great. Dustin Gibson is joining us from OPT and from Gibson Pick. And we are very happy to have you on. Thanks for joining us, Dustin. I think you're muted. No audio. Dun, dun, dun.
All right, how's that?
That works. That works.
Yeah, it's strange. It's strange. I think my computer.
Yeah. So how have you
doesn't
been?
like
It's been a very busy time in the telescope sales world and just the community in general. It's been very busy. Lots and lots.
I don't know if it's ever been busier.
You're right.
Ever.
Great.
Yeah, it's a lot to keep up with, and it's crazy. We were in March, like the rest of the world, bracing for impact. The only conversations we were having at all, which I'm sure the same conversations you were just, this is a global problem. How are we going to protect our team? Like, that's it. It's all we were thinking. I mean, every plan, every meeting, everything we did all day long was just, how do we protect our team from this? And then instead, the entire industry goes nuts with manufacturing overseas, where several months of it completely shut down. So it created interesting scenarios. That's a euphemism for it. But you know, hey, I feel extremely fortunate. I know that all of us, you know, working in the industry do, that we still get to do what we love and that it carried through. But man, what a mess.
Yeah. I feel you because we get calls
USB,
and everybody is trying to give us, are trying to get more information about what's going to happen. You know, is this whole thing, this explosion of business, this need for getting involved in amateur astronomy, is that going to keep going? Did we get a lot of new people involved?
Yeah.
I think that we did. You know, I think
absolutely.
Kelly gave us talk about the fact that people don't join clubs the way that they do, or the way that they did, but we also do see club membership growing. So, we, all of us, whether you're, selling a telescope, you're instructing people about astronomy, or you're managing an organization that's devoted to astronomy, we all have this responsibility to keep people inspired, keep them engaged. And so what have been the big challenges at OPT for that?
Keeping up more than anything else. It's heartbreaking because look, I mean, I just realized we've been so busy since March. I just realized like 2 days ago, I messaged Ginny, she's the other owner of OPT, was like, do you realize that in a couple months is our 75th anniversary? We literally haven't even talked about it. OPT is 75 years old, which is a huge milestone for any company. I mean, like that flag that I have in my office, Scott, you've been there. I mean, it has 48 stars because that's the original flag that was flying over the original OPT. 48 stars on it. That's how old the company is. And so, these are things we really want to celebrate as a company and have everybody involved and, do big things throughout the industry. We haven't even talked about it because we have been, we had customer service problems like crazy. I mean, people were saying online, like, what happened to OPT's customer service? It's been terrible for the last 3 months. The worst part about all of those stories is that they were true. That was the absolute worst part, is that Ginny and I misgauged the direction we went. When coronavirus happened, in order to keep up, what we should have done was multiply our staff by 40 to 50 times, right? And obviously we didn't do that. And so, the calls started coming in literally as a multiple of 1,000 of what we were used to, what we had the infrastructure for. Right. And so we were like weeks behind getting back. And so we just started hiring like crazy, man. I mean, we doubled the department, then tripled it and quadrupled it and started doubling other departments just to keep up and try to get back ahead of it. But it's devastating because, I mean, you were part of it. Part of your story has been developing the customer service standard for the industry through OPT. And so when that happened, man, it was like our entire staff. I mean, we all lost sleep, and we have been since March trying to get ahead of it. Everybody's working constantly, but we think we're finally at a point now that we're starting to get all of it back under us. But it was a very real challenge, something that felt horrible about. And when you see that stuff, everything in you wants to be like, yeah, that's not us, because it's not how we identify. But the truth was, like, we weren't ready for it at all. And it crippled our customer service lines.
Dustin, it's not OPT's fault. Everybody in the industry, felt this at the same time, because it was literally a tsunami, tidal wave of renewed interest in astronomy. So we had new people coming in. We had people that were kind of dormant out there for a long time. And, anytime that there's a monster event, and plus we had a great comet, and now Mars is at the closest he'll be until I think the year 2035 or something like that. So there's intense interest. And so keeping it is really one of the big challenges of being involved in this industry. So
Yeah.
you've always done things in the best tradition, and you have spent a ton of time also doing your live broadcast, being out there, where literally thousands of people can get at you. So and you've been very transparent about the whole thing. So I think it's very honorable.
We're trying very hard. We want to maintain the standard that everybody's come to expect, and we absolutely will. But it was a setback. I mean, it was a tremendous setback, and it was something that the industry deserves growth. It does. So on that side of it, I'm very excited, Scott. I mean, I tell you every time we talk here and every time we talk off air, thank you for everything you're doing. You truly are a juggernaut in this. I mean, you're putting these groups together, and this, whether anybody wanted it to be or not, is the modern Star Party, right? And it's only going to grow. And then not just having people come on, but people with incredible stories, and everybody you cut to is an inspiration. Literally every single cut is a new inspiration. And I know that that is going to snowball. And we're seeing it on our side. We measure everything digitally through the company, and we're seeing that more and more. It used to be just a lot of repeat business for most of the industry. And we're seeing now people are buying their first telescope. Just about every sale that comes through is like somebody buying their first eyepiece or buying their first telescope, which is excellent. Like, we want people to find what it is that we've all fallen in love with, right? Yes. And so I think these new digital vehicles allow us the opportunity to expand the message to a much broader audience. And, we've been pushing this like crazy on every platform that OPT has a presence on. And I can't tell you, man, we were just ecstatic to have you join us on that front, trying to force this rapid evolution of growth into it,
Yeah, I think that that is a nice, very good commentary, especially on the heels of Kelly's talk today. So it's important that people understand what goes on behind the scenes of getting people into their gear. We're the outfitters of this exploration and this personal discovery journey that people are on. So,
if we mess up, if we mess up, we become the limiting factor of everyone or anyone's enjoyment of the thing that we're so passionate about. We can rob people of that excitement or enjoyment if we don't take our job seriously. Right. And so it's devastating. I'm telling you, man, these last couple months where we had those issues, it was just like, what do we do? What do we do? And so we just kept attacking and hiring and doing everything we can, man. But it's a challenge. It definitely is. There's no way around it.
Hey, Dustin, this is Jerry. I agree with you in terms of we really love what we do. We love the products. We try to do the best we can for our customers. And I'm particularly sensitive to that because of the work that I get to do for Explore Scientific and for Scott. I just want everybody to not have a problem with PMC-8. I hate it when somebody complains about it.
Right.
Because I take it personally.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. I mean, it's our job to be that conduit, to make sure that this stuff, that we're creating access to the universe for people. And the rest of our job is to get out of the way, right? Like, create that access and just get out of the way. Let people enjoy the hobby. Be there when they need information. Be there when they need resources or equipment or whatever. But when not needed, don't have people having to call you. Don't be in the way of their enjoyment. And that's our mission. And so and I know with absolute certainty, man, I truly believe we have the best team in the universe. I absolutely adore my team. But it's been the greatest challenge I think OPT has ever faced, is keeping up with the expansion of the industry that no one saw coming. And it's not just expansion. I mean, it was an explosion in the industry that just nobody saw coming.
That's right.
Hey, Dustin, I've got a question. Did you get a measurable, you and Scott both, did you get a measurable bump in sales because of Comet Neowise?
For us, it was a little hard to tell because there might have been an explosion within an explosion. Okay. I know that, you know, during people calling up, both dealers and consumers saying, gosh, you know, why are you guys out of stock? Why, you know, when are you getting more equipment in? We can, you know, it was kind of like throwing the Mars opposition, maybe some of the eclipse, the great eclipse in there, and then, you know, and then this weird pandemic we're in, okay? It was tough to tell. It gave people certainly a focal point to rally around, okay?
Yeah.
And we're turning in the images, and there was a lot of talk about Comet Neowise, but it wasn't like it was like this in the Comet Neowise and there was the spike. It's like boom, and you know, we could hear a little bit of the explosion from Comet Neowise too. So that was my perspective. What do you think, Dustin?
Yeah, so I mean, people were at home. So in March, people were at home, and everybody freaked out at the same time for good reason, and that lasted about 10 days. And then after that, everything just went through the roof. Everything. I mean, when I say that, I mean calls would go from, you know, a few hundred to several thousand within a couple of days, right? And that immediately, like following that, was obviously greater orders, everything going out to all manufacturers, but the manufacturers got their hands in the air because they're just like, we're shut down. We're shut down in, you know, 4 different countries right now. We can't make anything. Everyone else is like, but people want things. Like, what do you do? You know? And so that was all kind of happening, and then Neowise hit. And what Neowise did is it made it the influencers of the world. So we have a very large affiliate network. And so the influencers there, I mean, one influencer can reach 800,000 or 900,000 people, right? And so that is a target for them that can reach mass audiences very, very quickly because it's relevant, right? It's kind of like, if you're not going to pay attention now, there's that loss of privilege, like you're not going to get to. So that really exploded on social media, and it's something that we saw the interest in astronomy spiking at a time where the interest in things to do at home was already spiking. And so it's really kind of hard because you're measuring the ocean, right? You're measuring this rise in the ocean, but you also have the waves to contend with. And that was one of the bigger waves, but it's really hard to tell where it fit in with the total rise just because it all happened at once. And there have been a lot of things like that. I mean, the digital presence of just about everybody, including Explore Scientific, has just gone through the roof through all of this because out of necessity. It's like nobody wants to let this interest die. We don't want to let these conversations die. This is the best part of astronomy, is sharing it with each other and, you know, having this community. So nobody's going to let that go. So, you know, we took to these platforms to try to keep that alive. But what it did instead was added even more to what was going on. So yeah, it's a positive feedback loop that has been feeding, you know, the industry in a gigantic way, but also causing some problems that have rippled and given some people some frustration. So I think the frustrations will settle out, and ultimately the net benefit is going to be one that everybody's very thankful for that loves astronomy. Honestly, that's where it's going.
All right, great. Dustin, thanks for joining us.
Hey, always happy to. Thank you again for what you're doing and for everybody here participating. It makes the night so much better for everybody that I know loves astronomy. Thank you all for being here.
So, you know, you guys need to visit Clear Skies Network. There's a lot of other great programming about astronomy there. You need to visit Gibson Picks on Twitch, where Dustin gives his show. When do you run that show?
Thursdays and Fridays, I do live streaming on Twitch. When we don't have, you know, smoke or ash in the sky, we do streaming with the telescopes, remote telescopes. We have another one going up in Texas in just like 3 weeks now. So those will be up and running again soon. And we train people to run them yourself. So any of you that want to, you can run our telescopes for free and, you know, get data of your own. We'll show you how and make sure you have fun with it. So that's what we do on Clear Skies Network, and a lot of other programs there too, a lot of great programs. So definitely a good place to go on Twitch if you want astronomy conversations every single day.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So up next is going to be Stuart Parkerton. Stuart is the chief editor, creator of Astronomy Technology Today. I know he's in the room. Stuart, are you able to join us right now?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We don't see you yet.
What do we need to do that?
Okay. At the bottom of your Zoom panel there, you'll see a video camera there.
Yep.
On that, you can turn on your video camera.
I'm clicking it. Well, it's not participating.
Okay. That's okay, Stuart.
I'm hitting start video and it's giving me a lot of failed to start, failed to start, failed to start. So
Right.
I'm gonna be a ghost today.
Well, that's fine. You can be the voice behind the scenes of Stuart and I are both going to be on Friday evening at 7:30 with the Austin Astronomical Society. We've been invited to give a talk together, so that's going to be pretty cool. But Stuart, just so that the audience is more familiar, tell us about Astronomy Technology Today magazine, how it got started, and who contributes to it.
We started in 2007, which was actually very close to when Explorer Scientific started. Right. So we kind of, the stars aligned in that, and it's been enjoyable to work with you through the years. And we were print until 2017. And then we found out that virtually 99% of everyone were reading the magazine online. So we went to digital publishing only. And so we have hundreds of issues online, and we publish monthly. And so we cover the astronomy products industry. And I was listening to Dustin talk, and it's hard following Libby because that's, next time I come on, I want to be before Libby because she's fantastic. Yeah, but she really is. And listen to Dustin. We've experienced the same thing. We've seen a huge increase in subscriptions and web traffic to our site, and people that are new, wanting to learn more, and people that have been in the hobby but wanting to find out what's out there they can get today. So it's unfortunate what we're going through, but I think it's great for all of us in that we're expanding who gets to enjoy what we're doing, and I think we'll see some great long-term effects from that.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Stuart came to me about a month ago or so and talked to me about an idea of giving magazines, free subscriptions to Explore Alliance members, and so we're very grateful for that, Stuart. So the magazine has tons of reviews on gear. So if you're going through the process of trying to build out your astronomical imaging system, or you're trying to figure out the latest gadget to add to your system, you're going to find something in the pages of Astronomy Technology Today about it. So, Stuart, is there anything that you'd like to add before we go on to the next? We go on to Mike Simmons, who would be up next.
Well, I'd like to say hi to Mike and hi to everyone that's here tonight. And I think this is great what you're doing. You go to our website if you're interested, and we've got we've had probably since we changed our website and updated it in 2018. We have over 200 news items. So we focus on everything within the industry. So there's a lot of things that aren't mainstream. Small manufacturers you may not have heard of. We have big companies like Explore Scientific that have full-line products, but there's so much out there. It's just an amazing time from a software and hardware standpoint. It's really something that I think we're seeing things free up with manufacturers this winter. I think we're going to see a lot of opportunities for people to get the gear they want. So It's a great time. It's too bad what we're going through, but it's great that that we have a hobby that so many people can do at home and share with their families and share online and do all the things you can do today.
And I'm so grateful to all of you that are here right now, that you're spending your time to share that with with this audience. I know that they love it, and the comments, if you're watching the chat right now, you can see that they're interested in each other. They're interested in what you guys have to say, and I think that that they're getting inspired to go out and stargaze. So, which is what it's all about. So, Stuart, thank you very much.
Thank you. So if anybody is interested, you go to astronomytechnologytoday.com, check out what's going on. And thank you for having me tonight.
Thanks, Stuart. And we'll have you on again. Thanks.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, so up next is Mike Simmons. Mike is, again, a longtime friend. Mike and I have had many sessions together where we would brainstorm. We'd literally be in hotel lobbies where we were at conferences, or I was in town in LA, or there would be these wonderful hours where we would sit down and brainstorm about what it is that's going to affect a global audience. And I think that I have to hand it to Mike, because he's my inspiration for trying to share it with the global audience. He is someone that made me realize, in a very vivid way, okay, not just a conceptual way, but a real way, that everyone enjoys the sky, and everyone wonders about the mysteries of the universe, and everyone wonders where we came from and where we're going. And it's these things that these binding moments that they cross cultures, ages, time, and I asked Mike to take some of his memories from his travels around the globe, because he's experienced astronomy in communities where they had virtually no telescopes, no resources, and was able to share his knowledge and inspiration. But I think that he was the one that was most inspired out of all this. Right?
You got that right, Scott.
Right?
It's just amazing. I mean, my daughter said and she said this before I started all the international astronomy, so it tells you something about me. My epitaph on my tombstone will be, well, that was fun. Let's do it again.
Let's do it again.
And you know what is, so if I am up on the screen here and I'm the one talking, so I guess I've got, you see over that's my right shoulder, I guess.
Yes.
See this island that looks like a fish?
Yes.
I went to a star party there a few years ago.
And the one
that is the Strait of Hormuz in the Persian Gulf. It's part of Iran. It's called Geshm Island, and it's the dustiest place I've ever been, and that's saying a lot for an old mountaineer. And it's interesting that this area here that we're flying over right now, this is all Iran here, which is far more mountainous than people realize, is where I was focusing on last week. And by the way, Scott, we aren't going to talk about the fuel for those brainstorming sessions, all the alcohol and so on, are we? I think we'll leave that alone. Did Scott go away?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was afraid of what I might say. Nobody tell him. Anyway, so we're flying over Iran now, and I'm going to share some things. So I started part one. There are so many different stories, and they're all amazing. And I like to start off talks by sort of shocking people and saying, knocking them out of their usual, just sort of kick them out of the easy chair, so they're open to what's in front of them. So I'm doing two parts of this with astronomy in unexpected places. And last week, we were in Afghanistan. No, I'm sorry. Jeez, I lost my geography already. This is Iran, and then we just went sideways over to Iraq and then to Afghanistan. If anybody wants to see these places, well, I'll do them in more detail in the future, but it's on last week's program. This week, skip down a little into Africa. That's Ethiopia. When people think about Ethiopia, they do not think about science. They think about famine and all these things that happened a long time ago. But in fact, this is the Ethiopian Space Science and Technology Institute, where I visited. These are all pictures I took, I think it was last year. Fascinating country. And there it is. I got it close up so I could tell what it said, because I can't read the first line there, I got to tell you. And they do an awful lot of this. This is basically the idea of astronomy for development. It's for diversity. It's for getting more people into the sciences. Astronomy does this for us. And this is one of the workshops that they had in Addis Ababa. This gentleman's from South Africa, from the Office of Astronomy for Development of the IAU. And these are typical sorts of things. This is the Ethiopian Space Science Society, which is associated with the Space Science Institute. So it's sort of like the amateur wing. And they have all kinds of different presentations and things. Like this is very all normal looking. Up here is World Space Week. And star parties, they're out there showing the kids things through telescopes. Well, this is all the usual, but they go a little bit bigger time. So this is one of two domes, which house 1 meter telescopes. I heard about these when I was in South Africa for a meeting from the person who started all this. He had this idea that astronomy could be used, astronomy and space science could be used to introduce technology in a big way, because everybody's interested in it. You've heard me, I'm a proselytizer for that, and that's true. So this was what I heard. They were going to have one of these. They actually have two of them. I didn't have a wide enough lens to take a picture of the whole thing from inside, but if you've ever seen a 1 meter telescope, it's rather, ordinary in that respect. But they've gone farther than that. They just launched, I believe it was late last year, their first satellite. Now, Ethiopia is not the first spacefaring country. I remember meeting a former minister of space agency or something like that in Algeria one time. Nigeria has 5 satellites. So there are a lot of satellites up there. And this was an international meeting that I was attending. And you can see this is quite varied. And in fact, there's only one person from Ethiopia. Well, two actually. Person on the left here, he's Ethiopian. She is Serbian, but she's been living in Africa most of her life and actually is one of the principals in running things. I'm here, Katrin Kohlenberg from Netherlands, I believe. And then this young man taking the picture and this young lady are from Sudan. They are astronomy students in Sudan, in Khartoum. And so just meeting them was kind of interesting. So from Ethiopia, I want to jump over to Nigeria, where there's a lot going on there too. So look, this is a shipping container. The reason it's being used in a building is because it is an IDP, internally displaced people. It's a refugee camp. These are families that have been displaced by the dangers posed by Boko Haram, an extreme, really extreme fundamentalist sect, very dangerous. And that's in the northeast part of the country. And this is inside where they have turned it into a STEM center for the children who are now living in this refugee camp.
That is amazing.
It is really an astonishing thing. And look at this picture. This picture is inside of a shipping container in northern Nigeria of kids who have no home. And you know, you look at this, they're just fascinated by what they're seeing. This could be a classroom in the US or anything else. This is the mindset. This is what astronomy does. And so they are having a good day there, and they were left behind a whole bunch of equipment and things to do. It's got solar panels on the roof because there's probably nowhere in the country you can depend on electricity, and especially there. Of course, you get solar glasses and hand them out to everybody so they can look at the sun. Something that most people don't realize, I didn't realize. You know, I hand out the eclipse glasses when I go to eclipses, so you can see the partial phase of the eclipse. But people have never seen the sun. I mean, you don't just go outside and stare up at the sun. Well, I think I did when I was a kid, but you know, it wasn't that bright. And so they see the sun for the first time. It's like looking through a telescope at something. I mean, it really is an experience. Kids love it. Here is the team. In the middle here is Olayinka Fagbamiro. This is when Scott talks about being inspired by the things you do that lead to these other things. She's an inspiration for me and everybody else. She is wonderful. I recognize some of the others on her team here that I have talked with. I've met Olayinka a couple times in person, but the others only remotely. They're all volunteers, and they have to spend their own money to get the stuff up to that part of the country. I'm going to help them raise some funds here. Everybody wants to help them, and just getting the funds over there is hard. And look, this scene doesn't look any different than any place else.
Right.
It just happens to be in a refugee camp.
Wow.
Now, this is now the camps they do in Abuja, the country's largest city. And these are members of the most of the people on the team, or many of them, work at the Nigerian Space Agency. And they want to show, many of them are women. And in this patriarchal society, most girls in high school, like these, wouldn't consider going into STEM fields because they don't know it's possible. It's just not a consideration. And they're showing them that, and they're using astronomy to do it. So here they're doing some optic stuff with, looks like Galileo scopes.
Yeah.
And looks like a hot glue gun, and they're making something. They've never done this in their whole lives. So that is Nigeria. I'm going to talk about them in more detail. Hope to have Olayinka on, or do an interview with her. Bring her on here. Now from there, I want to go to one more place.
Okay. All right.
This
after that, we need to move on to Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League, because he's got questions he needs to ask for the door prizes.
Okay. You want me to hold it for next time, or should I run through it?
Go ahead and run through it.
Okay. Well, you don't know what you're saying, but
well,
you should know. You know me better than that, but I'll do the best I can. This is a dark world. There is no map for this. Let me explain that. Here, this looks like any other star party, somebody helping somebody look through a telescope, but what you don't realize is that person is legally blind. She can see a little bit, but she is looking through a telescope and being able to see craters on the moon and things like that when she can't see people in front of her face. It's high contrast stuff. She has just a little bit. This is not unusual that people are blind, but you know, it's 95% blind. And this is called Project Bright Star. It's a project done by the Pomona Valley Astronomical Society near where I am, and they're helping somebody else here. So this is, when we say different places and different people, you know, it isn't just geographic. It isn't political. It isn't cultural. There are many types of things. Here, they are feeling the arc of the edge of the sun compared to the size of the planets that are in front of them. So they're getting a hands-on demonstration of that. Of course, there are Braille things. This is not Pomona. I don't remember where this is from. This is a planetarium dome. Let me show you. Blind people sit in the planetarium. There could be something on the ceiling, but there is a narration, and I produced the English narration for this with some friends in the entertainment industry, and it gives them directions about what to feel, and they can experience it. And this is what might be seen for those others, like this gentleman down here who can actually see the ceiling. So they can enjoy it together. This is in India, a tactile moon. Braille, of course, you can learn the constellations and read about them. This little thing in here that these kids are feeling are constellations, but they are in 3D because they're different heights. So they're getting the idea of how those are. This is to see how the sun shines on one side of the earth. And, you know, they're getting to understand things that we take for granted. Noreen Grice, you can do astronomy. I'm going to run through her stuff in just real quick here, Scott. But she is the guru. She's put things on the underside of a tent to make a tactile planetarium, hands-on models. She has a whole bunch of books, how to make Saturn out of junk lying around the home, how to explain eclipses with hula hoops. These are all tactile, and she's done all of these books. Noreen Grice, you can do astronomy.com. It's a good place to start. There are ways that you can print out things so that you can actually convert images into tactile images. There is sign language for astronomy terms for the deaf. There weren't any up until a few years ago. But now there are in different languages. And then there are people who have disabilities. Now, she managed to get up to the telescope, but here they really needed to extend it for this child to get there. Astronomy is the most inclusive and diverse thing that can exist, but we need to make it that way. And with that, I will stop my share and let you get on to free things.
Yeah, free things.
Which is what everybody wants. So I won't hold you up.
Mike, you are very, very inspiring. The chats and the comments, both in our internal chat here and also the people watching, the watching audience, are really inspired by what you've done. It's amazing to see the inclusiveness of astronomy. You know, to see the photographs. You know, these are things that many Americans have not really been exposed to too much. So
well, this is why, you know, Kelly, I harangue him and others and say, but just look outside of this country. We're the exception. We're not the rule. Us old gray-haired guys that came on years ago. That's not what most of the world is. I'm going to show you that too.
All right. Well, okay. And you're going to be back on here in our next segment. But for right now, we are going to Chuck Allen. I'm going to give you the stage, Chuck. And Chuck is the vice president of the Astronomical League. I probably have mentioned before that I met Chuck early on with him and Bob Gent as they were telling me about the National Young Astronomers Award and why you know we should get involved in that and support it. And that has been at least 20 years. Is that right?
We started it up in 1993.
93. Okay. So it's you know, and I was being asked by Kelly Beatty if the league, because there was no Alcon this year, but there was still the National Young Astronomers Award given, and we are still supporting that, and also the Leslie Peltier Award as well. So
yes.
The league programs and awards and recognition continue on no matter what's being thrown at it. So the group of volunteers that run that organization are super dedicated, and you know, it is an organization that is formalized, observing programs, formalized interaction between clubs, formalize a support system that keeps nearly 20,000 amateur astronomers going strong all over the United States and around the world. So it's wonderful to be, you know, working with you as much as we can. And I've always gotten great inspiration from the league. So, and you are a great steward of the organization.
Oh, Thank you very much, Scott. I really appreciate that. And of course, all of your support for us over the years. You really helped kickstart the National Young Astronomer Award program with your support. And that program has garnered incredible projects over the last few years. And we started comparing notes with the International Science and Engineering Fair, which I used to judge back around the turn of the century. And we discovered that quite a few of our NIA winners were also winners at the International Science and Engineering Fair. So we're getting really high quality stuff from these kids. And it's just amazing work that they do. Can I share a screen now? We'll get to these questions.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, this is, we're going to do the answers, I guess, from the previous GSP, number 12. The question that Carol Orge asked was, what is the name of the boundary around a black hole beyond which events cannot affect the observer outside? The answer was event horizon, and the winner was David Ng.
Great. Congratulations, David.
Okay. And the second question that was asked was, on what date did Apollo 11 astronauts Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin land their Apollo lunar module Eagle in the Sea of Tranquility? And the answer, of course, July 20th, 1969. And the winner was Nicholas Rakia. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
A regular on our programs as well. Watches almost every one of them. So.
Great, fantastic. And the third question was, what discovery was made by William Pickering in August 1898? The answer was the discovery of Saturn's moon Phoebe. And the winner of this was Timothy Myers.
Congratulations, Timothy. That's great. Awesome.
Okay, so now we'll move on to our questions for tonight, Global Star Party 13. And the first question we have is, there are 88 constellations in the sky, official ones, and only one of them is split into two separate parts. What constellation is it? And
you're going to want to send your answers to Kent at explorescientific.com. Okay. Not here in chat. Okay.
Okay. Move on.
All right.
Question number 2. What planet has moons whose names in Greek mean fear and panic?
Ooh. Okay.
And third, I hope I'm not moving too fast. Third question, what was the name of the unmanned space mission that took this photo?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. All right.
And that'll do it for tonight.
All right.
And thank you all for participating.
Chuck, before you go,
yes, sir.
Just give us an update. Any league news or anything like that?
Well, I was going to comment earlier. Let me unshare here. There we go. I was going to comment earlier that the effect on the league has been largely what you're experiencing and what Dustin's experiencing. We're almost ramping back up to the largest membership we've had in our history because of the COVID crisis. And it's because of the COVID crisis, we've been doing Zoom meetings. I was invited to speak at 8 different clubs in the month of September alone. So and I'm just one person in the league that's had that experience. And so what's happening is we're in a lot more contact with our members than ever before. It's crazy. Before you had to spread these out because you were traveling to do the programs. And so it's had a really, if a negative of this magnitude can have a positive effect, it certainly seems to be having a global effect on astronomy, and the league is a beneficiary of that. I guess it's an ill wind that blows no one to good, as Shakespeare said. So, and this is truly an ill wind. But we've had a lot of increased activity. We've had a lot more volunteerism in the league. People are coming to us wanting to work on committees, and we have plenty of work for people to do. And new ideas coming up, such as the Zoom Speakers Bureau and things like this that we're working on right now.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Well, I think that you're seeing a lot of the same activity that those of us that are selling equipment. Yeah. So it kind of goes hand in hand. So that's one.
Can I ask a question, Scott? Just it won't take 10 seconds, but I was reading articles that suggested that the increase in demand for products was something on the order of 300%. And I don't want to get into proprietary information, but is that an order of magnitude that's accurate?
There was a spike where we had dealers, manufacturers, it wasn't 300% for everything. There were dealers that were reporting increases anywhere from 60% overall growth to 400% overall growth. When they were comparing it was like in the April-May period. Okay. Now the sales are still way up there, and if I can talk about demographics for a little bit, it was largely new people, as Dustin also mentioned. When you are outfitting an astronomer with their first set of gear, it's kind of an onboarding process, and you want to make that good. Okay. And so it's a real challenge because you're trying to work quickly because there's people waiting, and at the same time you're looking at your inventory, and your inventory is just shrinking really fast, and the manufacturers can't keep up, because because it went like that. I mean, it's just impossible to hire more people. Telescopes are all made by hand. Toy telescopes are, high-end telescopes are. They're all made by hand. Okay. There's no machines assembling these things. There's no real automation. Okay. And a lot of people don't understand this. So when you're buying an instrument, whether that instrument's $50 or it's $50,000, okay, someone has human hands have
touched it,
put it together, and so that's to hire more people that know how to do that. That's tough. That's tough. When you have people joining a manufacturer and they're going to build telescopes, they kind of go through this apprenticeship type of process, especially when it comes to the lenses. You start them off, doing some of the simplest parts of this, and to get to the final polished product is quite a deal, And, those of us that are really into the hobby and we love these real high-end, highly figured optics, when you talk to someone who has made, maybe 10 mirrors or something like that, that's super high-end, high quality, and then you ask that same person to make 25,000, okay? Not so high quality, precision, but high precision anyway, still within a fraction of a wavelength of light. All the blood drains from their face, they're just, so it can be done, but it is a different process. But let me just say this, it's never a dull moment in our industry, and it's never a dull moment in the community either, because there's always something super cool going on, Well, I hope that answers some of the questions.
It did. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Okay, so where are we right now? I think we're very close to our first break. And we are up next after our break. We're going to take a 10-minute break. And Kelsey Poor, who has joined us from Nova Space Galleries, is with us, and he's going to talk about space art. And we will have, after Kelsey, we have Norman Fulham, who's joining us. Norman is, he's like one of the most amazing telescope builders, artist, musician. He's a Renaissance man. He really is. And so, just one of the nicest guys. And then Mike's going to come back and talk to us about visions of space, his interaction with space art, and things that the creative element that comes out when people are inspired by exploring space. Whether it's astronaut making painting or people making abstracts in any of the medium that they might find that can help them express that. It is something that is universal. You're going to find people have been inspired across time and around the world by this kind of stuff. And so we think it's an important element to have this creative element be part of the Global Star Party. So let's take 10 minutes and I will, let me see, put this on me, and then we'll go to our first break segment, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
It's all going exceedingly quiet on here.
I'm not sure if we're broadcasting our sound or not. I'm going to turn up my YouTube and see if I can hear myself.
I don't have all of it running, otherwise I can't do processing at the same time.
Yep, it's broadcast. Our conversations are broadcast.
Yeah.
Let's see.
But I end up with a computer freezing somewhere.
Gary, did you attend Hands on the Sun? One of the things that Mead did.
No, that might be. There is a US Gary Palmer who used to do stuff for NASA and a couple of the other companies out outside, and everybody used to get us mixed up. Certainly when I came onto the scene, I think he was just sort of coming out of it.
Yeah, well, apparently people are still getting you mixed up because I just did it.
Yeah, I always say he was better looking, but my imaging is better.
Well, that's priorities there. I just got asked today if I ever worked at this place that I never worked at, because there is another Mike Simmons in astronomy that I have been mixed up with for, I don't know, what is it? I think I first met him like 40 years ago.
Yeah. It is quite a common thing with the solar side of things, and I've had it for a long time. In actual fact, I've made some very good friends through the mix-up over the years. So, yeah, it's probably been going on a decade now, which I always find it quite funny.
Yeah.
But I think he was asked whether we would do something together at some point. for some event, some big charity event a few years back, and he went all a little bit superstitious about it, yeah, and just disappeared, and I haven't heard anything from him ever. So I can't answer any further, really.
Well, the other Mike Simmons, people are always looking for. I don't ask why, but he really did kind of disappear, and wanted to.
Yeah.
Not because people were looking for him, but he just kind of, you know, he's a certain personality, I guess, that a little suspicious of.
Been some famous people over the years who've done that. That the attention doesn't really suit them, and just die away into the background when they've been quite talented in whatever they're doing.
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, I've done stuff in astronomy, organizing things my whole life. I never wanted to be out in front and all that stuff. I avoided it and I resisted it in Astronomers Without Borders, and I finally realized that, you know, it's like turning down the best telescope. You got to use the tools that you have. So
yeah,
I just messed myself up there.
I mean, I've always looked at it on here. I mean, I've always gathered quite a large following on social media. I interact with a lot of the people on there. I have a lot of fun with the people on there. But you know, you post an image up, and if it gets one like, it gets one like. If it gets 1,000, it gets 1,000. It's not about what it actually gets, as long as somebody enjoys looking at it, or you know, some of the images, they're shared hundreds of times and they go all over the world, and you know, you can't keep track of how many times they're shared around. But that's the point. It's about having a bit of fun. It's about the enjoyment and trying to keep it all simple.
Yeah, and I love to share things with others. I've had opportunities, you know, when I'm at Mount Wilson Observatory, somebody wants to see inside of one of the telescopes. Yeah, absolutely. Because I remember the first time somebody did that for me. Why wouldn't I do it for somebody else? And things like that. And I've been doing public outreach pretty much my whole life, and I love sharing this stuff with people. And
you know, I've always been into the deep sky side of things, but solar really took off for me probably about 9-10 years ago now. And that was being asked to do it for an event. They wanted it up color on big screens, and to be able to see the sun in color. And a decade ago, everybody, everywhere you went, said, no, you can't do that. That's not possible. Has to be in mono, you know, and so on. So I just sat down with a couple of basic solar telescopes and some cameras and just worked through them all until we found something that worked. And we had it up at the event. But from my point of view, it sort of showed me something quite different, and it just sort of went from there. And then I just get the natural bug of, I want to be on the sun. I want to walk you across the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's where it went. And the equipment then was really hard. It's very easy to do that now. But then using some of the equipment, it was quite archaic. The cameras were quite bad. So to come up with some of the images, I look at them now and still wonder how I did it. You know, they were quite cutting edge at the time for getting that close in on the sun. And even now, I'm still working on things in the background to change that dynamic, give people a different view, and you know, sort of work from there. But it's just getting a little bit harder, really more with weather conditions, to be honest. Getting the 152s and the big scopes out on the sun, those days are getting fewer and fewer each year. Even though the equipment's getting better and better. So that's been the problem. But I still enjoy solar imaging as much as I like deep sky imaging. You know, it's that fun of walking out the door in the morning and finding what's new on the sun, not necessarily looking it up on the the websites and the Soho images that are coming in of the day. It's actually going out there and finding it yourself.
Yeah. That's well, you know, I was always I never got into astrophotography. I knew others would always be better than me. And this is back in the film days and so on. I just couldn't see spending that time. But
Yeah.
I had a chance to use some bigger telescopes and I did visual observing. And it was a thrill for me to chase down the faint fuzzies. Then I got involved with an educational program at Mount Wilson after I think I'd been there 20 years or so, and they needed somebody to join in, and I ended up gravitating towards the solar side of it and
Yeah.
using this 100-year-old solar telescope that everybody just falls in love with. You know, you can like a telescope because it's really good, but this
Yeah.
is something that people really love. And it's just, you're inside of it. It's got, you know, the beams going past you, and it's complete change from being a night person to a day person.
Yeah.
But it's so different. I really enjoyed the changeover.
I have found it hard at times when we get a block of clear days come through, and you've got a lot of stuff that you're working on in the background, and then all of a sudden there's all the stuff that you're doing as well. So the imaging, you've got 30 minutes a day, then you can process it. So
looks like we're going out again.
Oh, okay. We're back.
That's pretty fancy intro there, Scott. Pretty fancy.
I was looking for something like Universal Studios or something. I don't know. Anyways,
Open up his game.
To play with that stuff. Up next is Kelsey Poor. Kelsey is someone I think has grown up in the space art world. She is heavily involved in marketing and also the brand community marketing of Nova Space Galleries. Her father is Kim Poor, world famous space artist, and she's going to share with us what Nova Space is all about and the events that she puts on. So let me find her and we will give her the stage here. There she is. Kelsey, how are you?
Hi, Scott. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, great to have you. You had Michelle on last time. And great artist that looked like she was having a good time being on the show. So we'll let you spend some time here with our audience to talk about Nova Space.
All right. Well, I love space art. I grew up around it. My father did space art for a living. He was a professional illustrator, has been in Carl Sagan books, Astronomy Magazine, Omni Magazine, all that classic stuff. So where's space art now? Well, it didn't really ever leave. And I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but space art is everywhere. And it's more prominent now, now that we have space travel again, because we haven't in a while, and the promise of going to Mars. So with space art, you have two different kinds, predominantly two different kinds. Now you have the scientific space art, where everything is considered when painting the picture. What the air is like, what the atmosphere is like, what the rock shapes are like. Everything is very scientific. And then you have the more whimsical stuff. I personally like both. Now, for 20 years, when Nova Space first started, my father was very scientific, and he predominantly only chose scientific art to be shown in our gallery. But that's not the place for it anymore. I think we can expand on that now. Just to remind you guys, I don't know if you know, the 10th of October is going to be the deadline to send in things you want signed by Frank Borman. So we're having a private signing with Frank Borman from Gemini 7 and Apollo 8. And he'll be in this month, and we're doing a signing with him. We do have signings pretty often, but COVID has kind of put a damper on that. So if you'd like to be notified, you can follow us on social media, or you can go to our website and fill out the little boxes at the bottom to join our newsletter. I put together the newsletter myself, so hope you like it. What's that?
Then how could we not like it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but and we put it out every week. So my father started Space Fest in 2007, and Space Fest is kind of a mixture of everything we do. So we have a huge space art show, and we have astronauts signing autographs, tons and tons of astronauts signing autographs. So if you have a favorite mission, there's obviously some people we can't get that won't sign, but for the most part, the astronauts love it, and they love talking to everybody, and it's a very personable place to be. You can mingle. I think Scott Kelly and Gabby Gifford came a few years ago just to drop in. We always say anything can happen at Space Fest. So if you are interested in joining us, it's a very family-like atmosphere. It's very fun. The energy is great. We have guest speakers. We have STEAM, which is STEM, including the arts, because arts are important to us, for the kids. The talks that we have are done by important people in the space scientific community industry. So I always try and choose people that you would want to listen to, that I would want to listen to. So we have a good mixture of space travel and astronomy. And we have a big auction. So we do a banquet on the Saturday night of Space Fest, and we have an auction that benefits the National Ataxia Foundation. We are a for-profit company, so it's hard to do the things a nonprofit company would do, nonprofit events, but we are very proud that we raised so much money for that National Ataxia Foundation, which is ultimately what my father ended up passing away from complications from ataxia. So it's close to our hearts, and we're actually going to start auctioning off stuff, not auctioning off stuff, but selling stuff with a donation to National Ataxia Foundation through our newsletter soon, because we have some stuff we haven't sold yet.
Wonderful. Wonderful. With you and I did an email exchange a little bit earlier today, and I was asking you about the gallery, and you mentioned that it's being renovated, and what are the new things that's going to be happening in the gallery?
Well, side note, 15 years ago, we expanded our company from just NovaSpace to Astronaut Central, which is where we handled all of the signings and astronaut autograph sales. Just recently, we put it back together again. So Astronaut Central is out of the picture. We've put NovaSpace back together again, and we've expanded our shop. With that expansion, I would like to focus more on space art again, and that should go without saying that I want a gallery again. So we're expanding our shop in Tucson, Arizona to accommodate a gallery, and I want to design it. I think that will be really fun.
I think it'll be amazing. So you're always welcome to come back here, Kelly, and tell us what's new that's going on at the gallery, and to keep our audience informed, and let them know the important activities going on with your organization, your company, your gallery. There are probably very, very few places in the world that have the DNA of NovaSpace. So maybe nowhere else on the planet.
Yeah, we're the only ones that sell space art, primarily space art. We don't sell any other kind of art.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I feel bad that I've never been to the gallery from a long time ago. I should have made the effort to be at one of your festivals, but I will plan to be at the next one that you do. So
yes, you should come, Scott. It's so much fun.
Cool. All right. Okay. So at this point, do you have anything more that you'd like to say or add, Kelsey?
Not this week. I mean, I have tons of stuff to say, but I'm just winging it. I'm off the cuff. It's what I do best, I guess.
It's definitely what I do. So it's what I do. I have no script that I'm reading, except that I do have a little schedule here that I'm looking at. So I really do appreciate it. Up next is I'm calling it the Universe of Norman Fulham. Norman he's been on our program at least twice, and he is just really an amazing individual. He took us through his factory, and he shows how he makes these giant telescopes. I think when I called him today, he was coating a large optic. So that was I felt a little get off the phone.
When I answered the phone, I was looking through the window into the vacuum chamber to looking at the glow inside. Say, oh yeah, by the way, I'm coating a 24-inch right now.
24-inch, yeah. So that's great. That's great. But you make huge optics. You make what's the biggest optic you make?
1.5 meters.
1.5 meters.
About 65 inches diameters.
Huge. That's huge. So, there's some lucky amateur astronomers in the world out there with 65-inch Dobsonians. Okay, so it's really incredible.
Okay, well, thank you, Scott, for having me on your global stuff.
Thank you for joining us
really
again.
Enjoy it. Like you were saying last time, I gave you guys a tour of the shop, what I'm doing right now. So today, what I'm going to do is tell you about my journey to get to this point, how I became a telescope maker. And I wasn't always a telescope maker all my life. It's been about 25 years now, and I'm not 26 years old. I'm 21 with 40 years of experience.
Yes.
So I fell in love with astronomy very young, about 8, 10 years old. I lived in east part of Montreal called Pointe-aux-Trembles, and we had a neighbor called Mr. Lessard, and he had a telescope, a small refractor. And well, for me at that time, it looked pretty good for a 6 years old, 8 years old kid. It's always a big telescope. So, and once in a while, he would invite us over to look at the planets and the moon. And I was so blown away by what I was seeing. I said, it's always stayed in my mind that I will have a telescope one day. And all my youth, I always kept tag on astronomy news all the time, buying some magazines or always looking at TV show talking about astronomy. And in my youth in school, my goal was to be a biologist. That's what always in my mind, that if I wanted to be a biologist. I love animals. I always look at National Geographic TV show, and then always was fascinated. And once in a while, they were doing a show on astronomy, and I remembered, oh yeah, that's true. I really enjoy astronomy too. So
yeah,
and stretch. If we fast forward about 10 years after that, when I late teens, I fell in love with music. That was my my downside. I started to play guitar. I was about 10 years old too. At the same time that I kind of learned how to play guitar with my brother. My brother took lessons and everything, but I just learned to play guitar by looking at him, and I fell in love with music. And I played in a rock band when I was between 15, 18 years old, and then moved to Vancouver from Montreal at some point with the band, trying to make some ends meet with doing some shows around Canada. It never worked. We already had we were too many. There was too many people in the band, and the band kind of split. And but I always kept playing music, and music kept me going pretty much for the next 20 years after that. I was working in hotels and clubs and bars, and got a lot involved into a bad experience. So at one point, when I reached about 30, 35 years old, I came back to Quebec, and I met my wife. I was a cook, and I had a concession for a kitchen concession in Montreal, and she was one of my customers. And I met my wife, and eventually we got together, we lived together, and then we had a kid, the first kid, and I was 34, 35, and I had problem with addiction because I worked with in bars all my life, and I was into the situation where we were involved into alcohol and drugs, and I took a decision at 35 years old to stop everything, to become clean, and I went to a cure, and it's been what today it's almost 31 years that I'm clean and sober. But what helped me to get out of it is astronomy. Um, I had just bought a house in Hudson with my wife, a young 1 year old kid. I was working 40 hours a week in a car paint company making color for cars, car paint. And I was working nights also on delivering pizza to make ends meet. And I remember about astronomy. I said, I love astronomy. Why don't I try to get involved into astronomy? But I needed a telescope for that. And I went to the store in Montreal to buy a telescope, and it was very, very expensive for what I didn't have enough money to buy a telescope for what I want. So I said, and the guy proposed to me, well, you can always buy parts and build it. I said, oh, yeah, that's interesting. So he sold me a book on how to make a parabolic mirror to start with, and said, if you're interested, we sell blanks and abrasive and all the kits that you if you want to grind your mirror and stuff like that. So I really got, this wouldn't be interesting. So about 6 months later, after I've read the books about 3 times, and I got new books, other books to learn how to do it, I said, okay, I asked my wife first, can I spend the amount of money to buy the blanks and the equipment and the stuff that I need to make it, and see how it goes. She accepted, and it was kind of a lot of money at that time for me at in that situation, about $600, and that was a lot of money for us then. So I took my time. I grinded my first 12.5 inch to a f7.1 on my in my basement, and I had a very very small basement, 10 by 12, 120 square feet to work in, and grinding the mirror and then polishing the mirror, and then it was the beginning of the internet. Okay, at that time, so I was trying to look at how do I test my mirror, how do I finish the mirror. I know I have to polish it, but I have to measure it and see if it's good. So I got the plans from for a Foucault tester on the internet. So I built my own Foucault tester, and then it's an F7, 12.5. So it was a long way to do the testing. It's 14 feet long. So I had to put my Foucault tester on the kitchen table and the bench that hold the mirror in the living rooms. And I tell the kids and my wife to not move because the floor would move and I couldn't make my measurements. So that was all kind of problem there to make a measurement and just being able to do a reading with a Foucault tester for someone that never used it, it's a kind of a mystery. Okay,
Yes.
what should I see? What can I see, and what should I look for? And how can I measure it? And in those days, the way that I was making my windows to do the measurement, there was no computer program to just run in the data and then tell me what should have to be done and how good my mirror is. I had to all do the computation by hand, calculation by hand, and it took forever to make a mirror in those days. And my first end result was pretty good. It's one of my, it's a real good mirror for the first one, the F7, a planetary mirror. But I had the mirror, but I had no scope. I had to again to learn the trade of how to build a telescope. So I bought books again, and then you know the story of a truss tube telescope with plywood and the ground. So I built my first telescope from the beginning of grinding the mirror to the first light of the telescope was about a year and a half for the first telescope. And I have to say that I was very, very, very proud of myself when I first saw the ring of Saturn,
Yeah.
Jupiter, and the nebula, the M42, or any galaxy that I could see. It was just mesmerizing for me to see, to tell myself that I just came out from a very hard time. I find a way to, a reason, okay, to keep going, really,
Yeah.
a passion. I found a passion to do, but not only the observing, but the making of it. So after that, I convinced my 6-year-old son then that he really needed a telescope too, not only me. So because mine, he was very long, it was dangerous for him to go up the ladder. So I
Sure.
build you a small telescope for you. Oh, of course, I didn't tell my wife, but he sure agreed with me. So I built a 7-inch mirror I made a 7-inch mirror and a small telescope, wooden telescope for him. The house that we had bought, it was a very old house, and the guy that lived there before was working wood, so he had left all kind of woods in the shed. So I did. I took some wood out of the shed and then said, let's make the tube out of wood and the mount out of wood, and see how it goes. So I ended up doing a very, very fancy maple tube, and then I bought some tools and books on how to work woods, of course. But
Wow.
took a while. But the first wooden telescope that I built was a 7-inch f4.5, and I have to say it was a very, very beautiful. It is still a beautiful telescope, and
Yeah.
I still have it here. And at that point, I was not much involved into astronomy club. I only went to one of the club. It was about a half an hour drive from where I live, and I had started my own small astronomy club in my town because I didn't want to go all over the place. So we called ourselves the lunatics of Hudson. So it really matched my philosophy. I'm a very lunatic guy. That's why my wife tells me. And so the guy at the other clubs, they were familiar with Stellafane telescope competition in the States. And they said, well, Norm, you built a very beautiful 7-inch wooden telescope. Why don't you present it at Stellafane? Stellafane, what is that? So I didn't know much about it. So he said, well, it's a competition. It's been going on since in early 1920 or 25. And every year people bring telescope there, and they judge by the optics and the structure, craftsmanship and stuff. So, and that year, Stellafane happened a weekend that I was working, so I couldn't go. So the club said, Norm, we're going to bring your telescope over there. I'm going to present it for you. I said, okay, sure, no problem. So they brought my telescope to Stellafane and presented it. And they called me up on Saturday night and said, hey, Norm, you just won the first place award for craftsmanship. So,
Wow.
oh, wow, okay. That was a surprise because I wasn't expecting anything at all. I said, well, those places, it was really, really a shock for me that to be recognized for my work. So I said, maybe I should build another one. So I built another wooden telescope, and the third, and the fourth, and the fifth. And I was making all my optics also. So it took a lot of time out of my time of my, like I said, I was working 40 hours a week, delivering pizza still at night, and then making optics and telescope weekends. And I didn't have a social life anymore. And the time off that I had, I was in my backyard observing. So
Yeah.
I was really lunatics, completely separate from the world, no social life at all. So at that point, I said, okay, I have to make a decision. Do I just keep it as a hobby and kind of slow down the production and then just enjoy astronomy? But in deep down inside of me, it was a passion. I said, no, I can't stop that. I just have to. Every time I finished a mirror, I was thinking about a second one, the next one, and the next one. So we said, why don't I try to live out of it, make a living of it? So I talked to my wife and said, yeah, sure, you can do it, but I want you to take lessons on how to start a business. You've never been in business before. You don't want to just jump in there and then don't know what to do and then try. I had a house and family to work for, so I said okay. So I took 2 years of night courses, once and sometimes twice a week, on how to start a business and make a business plan and then everything that involved or how to start a new business, and especially making telescope. when when I first went to the bank, said, "Okay, I got a business plan here, and I want to start a business building telescope, but wooden telescope." Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You should have seen the face of the guy at the bank when I told him that. But anyway, after many attempts, I succeeded to get some help, financial help, to start my business. So at one point, I had a lot of inquiries for larger and larger mirror and telescope. I said, okay, I'm going to just quit my job and rented a workshop. I was still working in downstairs, where I had two grinding machine downstairs, and I was doing the woodwork also out there downstairs. So every time I was going to work on one tool, I had to put away everything else, and then it was a nightmare. So when I first rented my first workshop, I had something like 800 square feet. It was paradise. I had room to put all my tools, all my bench, everything was at hand, so I didn't have to move everything when I wanted to use it. So over the years, well, the demand was again to more larger and larger telescope, larger optics, and that's how it became what it became today. That I did some research and some R&D with the universities around here on how to make larger optics and build my own grinding machine, my old polisher, my vacuum chamber, everything homemade here, but with the help of everybody around me. When I was taking my lessons on how to start a business, he said the only way, the easiest way is to surround yourself with competent people. So that's what I did when I really started my business, to have a good person around me to help me to build my company. And
Yeah.
today, like Scott was saying, I'm making very big telescope. Okay, I don't have the same type of business than Scott has. I don't do large amount of telescope. I do custom telescope. So each telescope is built for a customer right now, or for a project that will become a custom telescope. So, and right now we're working for also working for a satellite telescope with the Toronto University, with ABB, with different company, Canadian Defense also, and all kind of people are getting into interest in astronomy right now. Probably the COVID helped a lot, uh, but not as much as you guys for me, because like I said, I got a lot more telephone calls about customer asking me that they wanted to buy a beginner scope. I don't do beginner scope. I mean, I built telescope for either professional, semi-professional, or someone that wants to buy a unique telescope. So it's not my it didn't bring more business to me, but I feel the interest is growing, and
Yes.
I have more contacts from research group, university, that wants to get more involved in astronomy and get bigger instrument and bigger telescopes. So It does.
I have a question I want to ask you.
Yes.
You were healed by astronomy. You were
Yeah.
healed by
Yeah.
creating your business, and you were healed by, you know,
Well,
you started out
I
in the
kind
middle,
of,
and right?
it kind of lightened a bulb in my head. So, like I said, the first time I observed Saturn or Jupiter or the galaxy in an instrument that I made with my hand,
Yeah.
it changed me completely. Not only the work to get there, it was fun, it was interesting. That's why I still
Sure.
enjoy it, the work of doing an optic. But the end result saved me. I mean, it's like, wow.
It's a miracle story. It really is.
It really, really gave me a purpose.
And you see the love in your telescopes, you know, so that anyone that's seen one of your wood-crafted telescopes or even one of your large telescopes, I'm stunned. I really am. And
it's a work of love. It's a work of passion about astronomy, about what's up there. I mean, and in all those years, I always played my guitar after a night session of astronomy, and or in Star Party, I always have my guitar. And I think music and astronomy go so well together. It's like it's meant to be together. I mean, and like I promised to you this afternoon, I will play a song for you.
Okay. All right.
Because Mars is really in the news right now. I thought about a song that talks about Mars a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, your music's been.
I'm sure all you guys know the song because we're all about the same age. It was an Elton John song. She packed my bag last night, pre-flight, 0 hour, 9 a.m. And I'm gonna be high as a kite by then. I miss the herd so much. I miss my wife. It's lonely out in space on such a time. Let's fly. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. The touchdown dream gonna get. I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no. I'm a rocket man. A rocket man burning all the fuel out there alone. I think it's gonna be a long, long time. Mars ain't the kind of place to raise your kids. In fact, it's cold as hell. And there's no one there to raise them if you did. And all that science I don't understand. Just my job 5 days a week. Rocket man, rocket man. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. The touchdown bring me gonna get too far. I'm not the man they think I am at home. Oh no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. Rocket man burning all the fuels out there alone. think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time. And I think it's gonna be a long, long time.
Wow. That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
Well done.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Okay. Wow.
Hope you enjoy.
Amazing. Norman, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I look forward to the next time that you're on, and thank you for sharing your story of your life with us and the honesty that you shared with us. It's really, it is amazing, and
I don't pretend to be anybody else, so I'm just me. It's like,
yeah,
I do my best. I do my best to accomplish a dream and everybody else's dream also, because I know when someone asks me for a telescope or a large mirror, that it's their dreams that I try to help them to accomplish. So, and I know that when they do put the eye at the eyepiece and they have the first light of their telescope, I hope they enjoy it as much as I do.
Yeah, I know they do. I know they do.
Thank
Norman,
you.
thank you so much. Thank you. Well, folks, up next is Mike Simmons. He's coming back for, to share more about visions of space with us. And so let me bring you back on to the stage. Thanks again, Norman, and we will see you next time. Thank you. All right. Last time you were on to talk about space art and the astrophotography and all the stuff you experienced as you went around the world, Mike, that you're still experiencing. We saw some amazing stuff, and I know that there's so much of it. And so we're just going to make this a regular thing to have you share as much as you can. So I'll let you have the
I don't think you need it. I mean, Norman just did it. That is space art.
Well,
I mean, seriously, there are people that do movies. There are people that sing songs.
Yeah.
That was space art. It's based on space stuff. So, Elton John, a lot of people get into it. It's poetry. You had Kelly Poor, Kim Poor, her father was a very famous artist.
Yeah.
They all have their own styles, but Norman, man, that was great. Good break here. Really enjoyed it. But next time, you really got to wear like, a pink boa and all this other stuff. I don't think he likes my idea, but
I'll think about it. Okay.
Okay, good enough. So, but it's one of those things that art about space is everywhere around us, and we don't realize it. Space is part of everything. And, if you're on Yelp, you give a 5-star review to a restaurant or something. Well, if we didn't see space, we wouldn't have these stars. There's a great movie called Acquainted with the Night, title taken from a poem that David read last week, I think, about people that do different things at night. Most of them is working, but some of them was astronomy for fun. Followed someone, Babak Tafrashi, and I think someone else too, Kathmandu. And they were doing some astrophotography. And the film was in the Palm Springs Film Festival. So I went there and sat with the producer, director of it. And I was talking about this. And I said, well, look, even at the beginning of your film, you had a background for the credits or something that was stars. And he said, I did. He didn't realize. So, there's a lot of it there. But anyway, I want to, so let's see. Now, Kelly talked about her father and some other things. And by coincidence, I chose one of my favorites, who happens to be an astronaut, to talk about tonight. And I'm going to make it pretty brief because, well, actually, I'm probably lying because I always say I'll be brief and I never manage to do it. I know I can't lie to you, Scott. You know me too long. I try. And this is Nicole Stott. This is someone I know and really like. Now, Nicole and I have had the best conversations about how, and I mentioned this last time, so I won't go too much into it, about how we just see the universe in different ways. And she represents the two common sides. She's an engineer, she's an astronaut, she's an artist. And she's taken photographs from space and done paintings from them. And I think it's absolutely fantastic because when you're creating something, if you're an artist, that includes, art includes writing. I mean, we think of paint, but it includes writing, it includes filmmaking. In the Astro Arts program, Astronomers Without Borders, we had people of all different kinds, performance artists. And she represents different ways of doing this, and everybody has their own style. So this is Nicole, astronaut, artist, earthling, and this is one of her famous paintings, which I absolutely love. And she took a picture from the space shuttle. She'd been in space 5 times and did different paintings of it. And I think I mentioned this last time. I've been looking at pictures of Earth from space since the early 60s when they started taking them. And the paintings are different because the photographs are flat. They show you details, but they don't necessarily convey the feelings. And when you interpret it through some form of art, you convey the feelings. And that includes storytelling. So this is Nicole on the International Space Station. And she is holding the picture that she had taken, and a painting. This is an oil painting that she made there on the International Space Station. So it's the first, maybe not the first drawing, but the first oil painting in space. This is the image and some of the paintings that she's made, and they're different impressions because, how many times you go out and you look at something, the lighting's a little bit different and it makes a difference and it gives you a different feeling, or just how you happen to be taking it. So she's done a whole series of things based on what she calls the wave. This is one of my favorites. Sometimes I don't know if it's a photograph or a painting, but then I recognize that it's, this one's a painting and it's realistic, but it's done with the sense of it. Now, this is part of her series of paintings that are sunrise and sunset on the International Space Station. When you're orbiting at 17,000 miles an hour, then you go around the Earth in about 90 minutes. So you get, I think it's 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. But this is another, and look at the difference here. This is just the feeling of the colors, and it gives you one sense. But here is another that she did, and it includes a poem. And these are some things posted in the Astro Art section of Astronomers Without Borders. Andy Sherwood, one of the staff members, wrote the poem there, just to give a sense. And so here you can tell what's what, and you can compare the two. So this is Soyuz over South Africa. So we have a photograph on the left, and it's not a super sharp contrasty image, but it gives a kind of impression. And the camera doesn't capture what the eye sees. You can see the warmer colors that she uses and the impression of South Africa here, how it felt, how it looked to the eye. And it's different. I love these. This was 6th anniversary of the Discovery 128 launch, which was her first trip to space. And this almost looks, the texture on it and everything gives an entirely different feeling. And I guess you'd feel differently if you were on that spacecraft. This I love. We've seen pictures like this. I've seen a lot of pictures like this of the space shuttle after leaving ISS, and they take a picture of it before it heads down. But they don't feel like this. You know, they're astonishing pictures. This is not better. There isn't any better. It's not worse. It's not better. It's different. If you're watching this, you're going to get feelings that photograph might not convey. Okay, so here's a special project, and you know I really, really, really like using astronomy to make good things happen. And this is a great example. The MD Anderson Children's Cancer Center in Houston, near Kennedy Space Center, and they support them quite a bit. There are art projects being done for the children that are staying at the hospital undergoing treatment for cancer. And this is one of the things that they did. And this one doesn't have to do with space, but the idea that did was this. The, let's see, get this right, Spacesuit Art Project, I think it is. This is put together by paintings by the kids, the patients. Here is one of the patients. I guess this is astronaut Kate Rubins, another one of the patient, and they're working on these things, and they're stitched together into this spacesuit.
Wow.
And after it is finished, and this one's called Courage, and there have been, I think, 3 of them. It's flown to the space station, and here is Kate Rubins wearing it.
Totally cool.
And these kids now have created this spacesuit that she is wearing in space. And she is on the phone there talking to one of the patients who is at Kennedy Space Center on the phone, talking to her live.
Wow.
And there are videos of this.
Oh, man.
And there's Nicole with them. And you really, and there's one of the other spacesuits behind. If this touches you at all, you got to look this up, the Spacesuit Art Project, I think it's called. It's on Nicole's, Nicole.stott on her website. You'll find it, or write to me. And this was the one of the suits called Hope. That's the mission patch for it. So that's it as far as what I was going to show about Nicole's work. Now, there are other astronauts, as Kelly pointed out, that do art as well. One that Nicole has some pictures of with her is Alan Bean, who did some really fabulous art after coming back from the moon. He spent the rest of his life doing art. And remember, the guys who went to the moon, they didn't choose them. They didn't go to art schools to find these astronauts, you know. These are like flight test pilots and really high-powered guys. But a lot of them have that creative urge, and this is the way they did it. And many of them do other things that are very, very creative as well. So now, as far as astro art goes, Gary shared a picture he was working on of the Pleiades during the break. Why is that not art? I mean, that's as much art as anything else. And you notice that people keep taking photos of the same images and they process them differently and they show what they want to show. And you can't say one's better than the other. You just can't. It's our mind's eye. It's not reality. So I hope to share some more things, but dang, Scott, you're getting a good bunch of people on here to do stuff.
Yes, we have astronomers waiting in the wings there. We're going to take we're going to break for 10 minutes, and then we're going to switch to the astrophotographers and the image processors. We've got a few guys here that are ready to roll. Mike, thanks very much for sharing. I know there's more stories to tell, so.
I've got stories.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'd love to share them. People should know this stuff. I feel like John Dobson, the first time he looked through a telescope and he said, everybody's got to see this. And
right.
you know, as long as people are interested, I'll tell the stories.
That's right. Excellent. Thank you, Mike. That's great.
Love it.
Okay. So let's see. I'll take the stage here, and we are going to, we're now going into our second break and into part 3 of the Global Star Party, where we will do some live image processing, hopefully some live imaging tonight. And you guys come back in 10 minutes, and we'll be right back with you.
That was very interesting, Mike.
Thank you. Was that Gary?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you like it. I see you guys as being the geeks, and I don't know how you're gonna like it, but at the same time, you guys are doing the same thing. You're telling your own stories with your own art.
The funny thing with that image that I sent over is it's really how bad the raw image is to start with, because of all sorts of problems, and people don't really see that when the images come out. They don't see how bad the data is or how bad something is. So I actually looked at that image and rerunning some other processes on it now that have come to mind as I was looking at the image after it's finished. And there's a million and one things, but the one thing I can say is I quite often look at an image and don't like it afterwards. Yeah, there's things that you see in it and all sorts of things. But that's one of the problems when you're testing the equipment, that it very rarely all works on the first night. Yeah, you have to go through quite a few different processes to get it up and running.
Well, I'm glad for people like you that have the patience to do that, or the passion to do that. I mean, you really got to be kind of obsessed to go through that.
I think there's a lot more people more obsessed in the world than me. I actually hate image processing. A lot of people think I love it. I hate it. My thing is getting the equipment all hooked together and getting the images on the screen there in front of you. But those actual raw images don't show a lot. Nobody's interested in them. Raw images, yeah. So you have to process them. So I'm always looking at different ways to speed up that process or cut out some of the time involved, because I don't have 20 hours in a week to go through an image and sit there and go back to it each night and adjust a little bit. It's got to be out for a magazine, or it's got to be out for somebody else. Fairly quick. And that's the thing. So I've probably found a lot of the shortcuts in software to get around these problems. But then that comes back in, because a lot of the problems that you're dealing with are removing maybe light pollution, removing other artifacts from the images, which everybody would be getting on a daily basis in their normal run of things. So it works quite well.
Interesting. So one of the things that comes to mind, remember I mentioned how good this is compared to telescopes. The biggest telescopes in the world in the film days, and there was very little processing you could do with them. The data was in there. It's in the film there. You just didn't have the ability to do anything with it. But, and the rule for a photographer was that you can't look at a print and tell if it's a good photograph. You have to look at the negative and see if you really captured what you need to. And this goes along with research. My son is in the entertainment industry here. He's a cameraman, and they talk about stuff all the time. We'll fix it in post. Well, this drives me crazy as a scientist, because you can't fix what you didn't capture, and you can make it better, but you can do so much with it that, and I see this all the time, people posting pictures and say the scene was mediocre. Well, if it's mediocre, then why you could do better. Wait till the scene's good. but it obviously there's so much you can do. So what is it as big a deal as it was before?
It's funny. I've done a lot of talks out in the US, certainly on solar, when I've been out there, and there seems to be a different perception because of the clarity of weather. So with different countries having clearer skies than the UK, people pick and choose when they go out to image. Whereas in the UK, and a good example was August. August, we had one of the worst Augusts for probably a decade. And I think I actually got one night's imaging out of the whole of August. So you learn to work around a lot of the issues. And if there is high cloud there, you just have to go out and image. That's it. There's no sort of saying, oh, I'm going to leave it till next week or the week after, because there might not be any clear nights the next week or the week after. And that works the same in solar. A lot of the imaging I do will be with gaps in clouds. So you'll get the blue coming through, and that then works around the speed of the camera and the speed of your capture and getting everything set for that, so that you are grabbing the images. Otherwise, you'll just go for weeks and weeks and weeks where you're not really getting anything that's worth publishing or putting out. And as you know, if you're writing for people, you've got deadlines there. You can extend the deadline by now, but then you know, we've got to have something to work with. So a lot of the art of this over here now is probably shorter capture on deep sky objects, so maybe an hour's worth of data, and that might work around people's time that they've actually got that evening because of work commitments or other things. It might work around weather. There's 101 different reasons. But this is where a lot of the modern equipment has come in. So CMOS cameras allow you to capture that data in an hour. And the processing software there allows you to manipulate the image quite a lot to get the data and get something that's reasonable. You know, that image that I posted up, I know every single error in the image there, but I also know that it was imaged in an hour and it was imaged through high cloud with bounce back on the filters. So it's got every single thing going wrong in it, but you still managed to recover something out of it. And that's what I'm trying to get across, that a lot of this is not all lost. There's a lot that you can do now to recover stuff.
Well, Gary, I just wanted to interject also the work that I do in the science area with exoplanet, you know, everybody's got backyard telescopes and the skies are not that great in a lot of areas. It's not like we're on top of a mountain. But so we've developed tools and techniques to overcome that and to be able to do effective work in your backyard that you used to have to be on top of a mountain to do.
Yeah.
Especially the work that I do with exoplanets, the high precision photometry down to 1 or 2 millimags compared to what it typically used to be. The standard was, you know, 1% or 10 millimags.
Right.
I'm getting about 5 times better than that.
And that's you know, to me it sounds like if you've got any sort of a haze drifting through that's going to vary, if you have any seeing issues, it's going to kill your ability to reach that. But it sounds like you're saying you can do it.
No, you can do it. It's it's all in technique and skill and knowledge about what you're doing. That's what it is.
And also capturing more data. That's the thing. And most people don't know the term stacking comes from the film age, when you actually stacked the negatives one on top of the other and shine light through them. But yeah, you're actually capturing more data. And Gary, on the snow solar telescope, you ever got out here to California, Gary?
I haven't yet. It's something that I keep meaning to do. I've talked with a few people out there, and it is something that I need to really get on with and do. And there were quite a few things sort of sitting in the background that we were looking at doing over sort of this next 18 months, but the pandemic sort of put that on hold.
Well, so, it's put the kibosh on everything for now. But if you get out here, I'll open up the old solar telescope for you, and it's got a little CCD on it, just a planetary imaging camera, and it stacks the images in real time and everything. And just you know, when I started in the program, we were still using film. I don't think we had any glass plates left. So what a difference. And now we can do stuff that they could never have dreamed of. And it's just such a great demonstration.
I think this is the thing, you know, people are living in that world now where you can do anything. Anything's possible with the equipment that's there. And even some of the most basic equipment is really good now.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the key. I mean, I just look at sort of basic cameras, you know, camera that's around, you know, the $200 to $300 mark. That's
Well, what Jerry was talking about there, I didn't think I'd live long enough to hear of exoplanets. And he's doing it in his backyard. It's crazy.
Well, we are back for the third part of our Global Star Party, which now involves the astrophotographers, image processors. So let's show our gallery of astronomers that are with us right now. We have Jason Genzel, the Vast Reaches. Jason's in Michigan, Minnesota?
Michigan. Yep.
Okay. All right. I knew it was an end state.
Yeah.
Yes, Cesar Brello down in Argentina joining us. We have Rodrigo Zeleda in Chile. Mike, I don't see your last name there, Mike, and it's kind of dark. Not sure which Mike we have here, but you can introduce yourself a little bit later here. We have Richard Grace, also known as the Astrobeard, who's on many of our programs and follows us on many of our shows. Gary Palmer from the UK is with us. We got Jerry Hubbell in Virginia. And who else? Wade Prunty, I can see him out there. He's got his telescope set up, so that's kind of cool. So let's let each one of you spend a minute to talk about what it is you're going to share with us tonight. Doctor, are you going to, are you able to share anything with us, or? I'm not sure if he heard me. Okay, all right. All right, so how about you, Wade?
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, so
Awesome.
why don't you spend a minute, tell us where you're at, what time it is, and what you're going to show us tonight.
All right, so I am, if you see that little glow on my screen,
yeah,
just above the roof line, that's the DFW airport in Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
So, in fact, here, I'll show you something pretty interesting. Let's take off. That's how bright it is at where I am right now.
Okay.
So sitting in a lot of light pollution here.
Yeah.
And so anyway, yeah, so I am just, I've got a couple scopes up. One I'm testing out. In fact, it's the Astronomical League helped me acquire that scope because I won it on a previous Star Party.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's the 102. And I actually won a couple of those.
Yeah.
And I did not know I won two of them. And so the mount that it is sitting on was used from store credit to get that mount. So that whole system is a virtual Star Party system right there.
There you go. That's
so so anyway, yeah, so I'm testing that one out, but here I've got let's see, I can bring just right now I've got Mars up in the screen, and that's it's at 2350 millimeter focal length. So that's a you know, in my eyes, it's a pretty big scope, and you see what it takes. This is the actual.
Yeah, you can see details on there. That's awesome.
This is the actual image with that scope. So I really need for Mars, I really need some type of Barlow or something on there to get even closer. But that's what I've got up right now. And
Okay.
so, yeah.
All right, great. So we'll go on to, how about you, Rodrigo? Tell the audience where you are, what time it is, and what you'll be sharing tonight.
Hey, Scott.
Hello. You've grown a mustache and a beard since I saw you last.
Yes. Actually, in Chile, it's 1 o'clock in the morning.
1 o'clock in the morning. Okay. All
Yes.
right.
The sky is clear, and I observing the Mars.
Mars. Okay. All right.
Yes. I take little picture with the refractor Explore Scientific Apple.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. All right. That's great. Okay. So next up will be Richard Grace. What do you, where are you? What time
Howdy.
is it? And what do you got to share?
It's 11:55, almost midnight. I'm here in Annapolis, Maryland.
Okay.
Nowhere near as bad light pollution as Wade's got it, but we're still in a city here. And at this actual moment, everything is actually working. I had to play musical cables and hubs and all sorts of fun stuff, and it all ended up after doing another restart. It just works. Anyway, so I am guiding and tracking on M33, the Triangulum Galaxy, because I'm trying to get some more data on that before I get my wide field scope back and go for Andromeda to try and get a whole bunch of data on that. So that's what I'm working on the night that everybody's probably looking at Mars. I'm looking at that, and I'll keep working on that till we go through the next go round, I imagine.
Okay. All right. And we have Mike here. I can see him working. It looks like on a hand controller or a pad. Mike, I don't see, I can't see what your last name is. Why don't you introduce yourself to the audience? Can you hear us?
He's muted.
He is muted. Let me ask. I'm asking him to unmute.
Okay, I should be okay now.
Yep. Mike,
Okay.
I just see Mike. I don't see any other name here on the.
Yeah, that's Mike Wiesner out here in Arizona.
Okay, all right.
So what you are, so just really quickly, as Scott has probably noted on various events, and Kelly actually mentioned earlier in his talk, I'm kind of the guy who does a lot of smartphone astrophotography. I've been doing that since Apple released the original iPhone back in 2007. I started doing the first astro photograph that I took with an iPhone was actually through an ETX 70 refractor, just sort of handheld over the eyepiece, a picture of the moon. Since then, I've gotten a little crazy with what I've been doing with iPhone astrophotography. And so I don't know if you're seeing this screen full size or not, because I'm not. But I'm sitting out here in southern Arizona, and it's coming up on 9 o'clock here in the evening. I'm looking at Saturn on the iPhone. I'm using an app right now that's called Nightcap Camera. And that's really the app that I use for doing deep sky astrophotography. But it's a nice one to use also for planetary single frame imaging, because you can adjust everything about the exposure, the ISO setting, shutter speed, focus. It gives you full manual control over the camera on the iPhone. There are similar apps over on the Android side, but I don't think there's anything that quite does what this one does. When I'm doing imaging of DSOs, deep sky objects, I use this app and put it into what's called long exposure mode. And typically for nebulae or galaxies or star clusters, I'll set an appropriate ISO and do a 1 minute exposure. And what the app does is it actually stacks each one of the individual 1 second images, on the device. So you can do a 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, however long you want to run your exposure for. I've found that about 1 minute is sort of the sweet spot for most very faint objects. If you go up onto my Cassiopeia Observatory website and look in the photo album, you'll scroll down that page and you'll see one of the catalogs that's there is actually all of the Messier catalog objects photographed with an iPhone. And everybody does M42. That one's pretty easy, the Ryan Nebula. But you'll see some other more intriguing objects in the Messier catalog, such as M82, the Cigar Galaxy. You want to take a look at that image because you can actually see the colors, you can see some of the structure of that galaxy taken with an iPhone. So it's pretty impressive.
Awesome. All right.
So
I'm going to cut you off right there. We're going to just do some introductions here, and then we're going to give a 10-minute segment to, I think the person that's up the latest is maybe Gary Palmer in the UK right now. So we don't want him to be up too late. But we'll be back to you, Mike. Okay.
Okay.
So we've already talked to the Astro Beard. We talked to Wade Prunty. Let's talk to Jerry Hubbell.
Yeah, I was wondering when I was going to get around to.
Yeah.
I'm always last. That's because I'm on with you all the time.
And we still have a couple more guys to get through here.
So I'm in Fredericksburg, Virginia. We got clear skies tonight, so I'm going to be showing you some spectroscopy at the MSRO, the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. I've been doing some different stars. I did Vega earlier, and so I'll be showing you how we take spectra with the at the MSRO.
Awesome. Okay. And Jason Gonzel, the vast reaches in Michigan. What time is it there at this point?
Oh, it's just after midnight now.
Just after midnight. All right. And did you get clear skies or cloudy?
It's in and out. But yeah, I've got a telescope up on Mars, and I thought you were going to Gary because he's up.
I am. I'm just okay right now. So I just
you can go to him. I don't need to keep him awake. But yeah.
Right. Fine. No, we're just doing real short introductions here. Next up is Tyler Bowman. Tyler, do you want to unmute there? And there you go.
Yeah, I just go ahead, Scott.
A little bit after 11 o'clock. So are you doing some imaging tonight?
I just got done imaging and I was stacking while Mr. Simmons was talking again, and it's kind of a rough stack. I got to get here to my screen share real quick.
All right, I'll have you share your screen here in a little while. Okay?
Oh, that's fine. I mean, that's totally fine.
All right, Tyler. And Cesar Brolo, you're down in Argentina. You said it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. Is that right?
Yes, 1:03 in the morning. Yes.
All right. And what are you doing tonight, Cesar?
Well, I have in the screen, I have Jupiter, Saturn. I lost them because they are
right now. Mars is
yes, like every day, like every Tuesday. But and I'm pointing to Mars, but now it's mostly cloudy. And unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Yes. All right. So what we'll do for right now is we'll go to Gary Palmer since he's up the latest. What time is it there, Gary?
Hi, Scott. It's just gone 5 o'clock in the morning.
5 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Okay.
So we're ticking along quite well at the moment.
Thank you for being with us, and you were going to do some image processing for us.
Yeah, I know we sort of put out on the chat about what we were going to do tonight, and a lot of people are asking for planetary processing. So what we're going to do is on the next Star Party, we'll set up and do some planetary processing right the way through. And one of the main reasons for that is having good data, which is what I struggle with in the UK. So probably going to get somebody on who's a good friend of mine who can do some good planetary processing. Though I can do it, I haven't got really much good data here from this year. It's sort of hiding away. So a couple of people were talking about light pollution and problems with images. So I thought we'd have a look at what goes wrong and how we can recover it, which is really the main sort of thing. So if I share up my main screen, and hopefully we'll get it right this time. So you should be seeing that now, hopefully.
That's right.
This is an hour's worth of data on M45 where most things have gone wrong. There's serious vignetting on the system. There's also problems with the filter that's in front of the camera. And that's created artifacts in here. So we're getting off-axis light coming through and we're getting all sorts of problems. So you can see there's quite a lot there. So there is a choice there. Do we chuck the data away or do we have a go at processing it and see what we can come up with? And my thought was process it and see what we can come up with and just see how good we can get that data back.
Sure.
So most of these processes I've already run through in the show, but I will go through them. First thing will be a dynamic background extraction that would remove the green off of here and it would start to stabilize the image. You do have two options then. One is, are you going to work with the full image or are you going to recover the data from the center of the image as it's a full frame camera? So if you were going to recover the data from the center of the image, then you might crop it so that we're actually only working on the center part. That does give you a good bit of playing around with because you're removing the vignetting from the system.
Right.
So if we look at the two images, there's the full frame one. You can see the vignetting around, right around the outside, and you can also see this bounce back off of the filter that's there. Once we run through that, we would run through the color calibration. Sorry, I'm moving around the wrong images there. Work on a little bit of noise control in the background, and then sort of start separating out the stars and working on the individual parts of the image, which is really where that's come from and where this has come from here. So we're just working on this and trying to get out as much data as possible, but trying not to increase the problems with the vignetting on the system. When we've got to the end of really the processing in here, the rest of the image recovery is done in Photoshop. There's only so much that you can do in PixInsight when the images are quite bad. So if we go over to Photoshop, I've opened this up as to where I got it to, and then sort of going to run through some processes. So there are a couple of add-ons in Photoshop that really make this sort of thing quite easy to start recovering. One of the first one is RC Astro's Gradient Exterminator. And that is the main one to use in for light pollution. If you're not into PixInsight and you want to use things like Deep Sky Stacker and other stacking programs, Gradient Exterminator is probably the be-all and end-all of removing light pollution in the background. And it's really simple. You just lasso around to the object, select it as an inverse, so it's working on the background there, And then you run the gradient exterminator app, and you'll see it starting to balance out the background straight away. This is quite severe in this image. You know, this isn't your average everyday image with just a little bit of light pollution in. So the other app that we have here is from Pro Digital Software, the Astro Flat, and we can start to run that. So we deselect it, and I've just readjusted the levels because I'm still trying to keep as much of the data in the center of the image. Otherwise, if we run these processes just straight through, we lose all of the data there. If we run the Astro Flat Pro, you can see there it's really starting to pull the background back now and keep the data there. And then it's just a little bit of exposure and levels and playing around so that we're balancing this background out. In the image that I sent over earlier, I did work on the crop of this, and that was where I really got to with the crop. So considering how bad it was, there's plenty of things that you can do in the software there to recover the data back, and you could still work on this more and more and more. So while PixInsight's a very, very good program, it really likes clean data running through it. That's the key thing. And sometimes it's actually better to come out of PixInsight and do some work on these in Photoshop and then send them back into PixInsight. So you could remove a lot of the light pollution, the gradient problems, maybe vignetting issues in Photoshop and then send them back in. And some people actually do that with color calibration. They really struggle with the color calibration in PixInsight because of different problems like a flat integration has caused the problem, or filters have caused the problem. And this allows you then a different way around it. So really for an image that was really, really bad, if we start going through this now on this process, and I'll just zoom in a little bit, you start to see I've gone through with the spot healing brush. That's actually using this here. And what this does is this mimics the background that's going on or anything next to the image. And then we're removing the off-axis light issues. So we're just going right the way through the image, and we're just adding in. So if we look here, you can see just in there, if I zoom in a little bit closer. So you can see the off-axis light coming in here. And as we go through the image, we're gradually removing all of these out in the different points of the image. And you'll see that I've had to do quite a lot in that. Then we've gone through, duplicated the layer and done some blending changes. And then we're running through with the hue and saturation. Once we get to the end of this, that one I actually missed out there, so I can do that one now. We're just going to come in here and gradually flatten that back. And then if we take the image back, that's what we ended up with afterwards. So from an image that most people would chuck away and running through a few of these processes, that's what we tried to do with it. And that might be the only image in a month that we've got because of weather, because of some of the problems that go on. So not everything works really, really clearly and really, really nicely according to plan. So it's recovery more than, you know, having the perfect skies and the perfect everything else.
Right, right. So
There you
that's, it's making it's maximizing the you know, your image data to get something that you're. I mean, I would be very proud to show an image like that. So
the issue is do you chuck the data away? And that's the question that you have a lot of the time. You know, things don't always run smoothly, even when you know what you're doing. Yeah, you can put things together and you can answer a million questions, but until you actually start using the equipment. So that was probably the first image off of that camera with a filter in front of it. So we didn't have any idea what would be happening. We could see the raw data coming in. Once you stack the images, then you start to see the problems that are there in the background. Yeah, if everything worked fine, you wouldn't be doing half the work on it, but you still managed to recover something out of it rather than just throw it in the bin.
No, that's excellent. Yeah, I can see from the chats here, they're all very impressed and thanking you for showing them some of these tips. So that's awesome. If you guys want to learn more about image processing, I can give no better recommendation than to attend some of Gary Palmer's classes that he runs through astrocourses.to.uk. I did put a link in chat here. He is also one of the prize partners on with our program, and so one of the prizes tonight will be an hour with Gary Palmer. So you're one-on-one with him to work on one of your images, I guess. So or a sample image that he might have you work on to improve your skills. So anyhow, thanks, Gary. That's awesome. And we will move to the next astronomer here. And so it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, getting to be 1 o'clock in the morning for, I think, a couple of you guys. Rodrigo, what time is it there?
Hey, Scott, here is 1 o'clock by 15 minutes.
1:15, yeah. So okay. let's give you the stage for 10 minutes, and you can show people what you've got going on.
Yes, I chart my picture with. I take the images for Mars with the Explore Scientific upper 4-inch refractor. And I process the image in Registack.
Registax, okay.
Registack. And okay.
So you have a telescope shop called North Optics in La Serena, Chile.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You see my picture?
Yes.
The photograph of Mars.
Oh, so this was an image you made tonight?
Yes.
Wow.
That's awesome. That's great.
It's tonight. It's a imagine of 10 minutes of video for the Explore Scientific upper refractor.
Yes.
With 5 power Barlow.
5 power. Okay.
Okay, and lecture camera QH5 is my favorite camera for planetary.
Right, I have one of those cameras too. I never got an image that good of Mars, so that's
yes. See, the scene in this moment is very bad. In 11 o'clock I take this picture. Now the scene is bad.
Okay. But what? Look at that detail. So you have a nice polar cap and tons of detail on Mars. That's beautiful.
I can share with you this moment in real time photo.
Okay.
Okay, this is the real-time photo in ShareCap.
Okay.
Yes. When I take the picture, the scene is better than now. But with the process, I select the best frames for the stack.
Right. Still pretty impressive. There are moments where you can see a lot of detail there. That's great. So, Rodrigo, are you in your backyard? Where are you set up? Where
my setup?
Yeah, I mean, where are you? Are you at home or in the mountains, or where are you?
In the city, in I'm in La Serena, in my house in the backyard.
Okay.
the the sky in La Serena is very good.
Excellent.
Sí.
Excellent.
They-
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you
Sounds
so
good.
much. All right, Rodrigo. Excellent
Thanks.
work, man. Okay, so and who do we got up next? Who's I think you're up at you're at the 1 o'clock hour, right, Jason?
Yeah, 12:19, but
12:19. Okay.
we're getting there.
You're getting that's right. Okay.
Yeah, so I, like everybody else, it seems like, have been trained on Mars. It's a good time for it because it's as big as it's going to get for many, many years. But I've had some clouds dancing in and out, so I'll share my screen here. Is my screen coming through? Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So this is the live view of Mars. My seeing today is I would rate as poor. Is the video coming through all right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
All right. So this is a mono look at Mars. And just to give you a look here, this is the telescope I'm shooting through. I just stepped outside and shot this picture, but this is a 12-inch Newtonian with a monochrome ASI 183 camera and a filter wheel on there, and on a Skywatcher EQ6R mount. So that's kind of what the setup looks like. And there's just a zoom in of the camera.
It's interesting how you place the camera down kind of at a at the spot position towards the mount.
Yeah, I mean, so when I mount up the scope, the focuser points straight down, and that's just that helps with the balance to keep everything on the same axis. Although with a Newtonian, it's always a challenge because no matter where you point, there's always a off-center weighting. So that's kind of the best you can do. But
you don't see accessories much anymore where the where you
this guy was out there when I was hanging the counterweight.
Look at those, they're huge.
Little frog. He's a tiny little guy. That's like a 4-inch paver. So he's.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. Yeah. So this is the live view through the scope. Like I said, I'm getting clouds in and out, but right now, actually, I don't seem to have a cloud in front of it, but you can see how much the image is dancing around. So the seeing is quite bad. And if I take off the stabilization, you can see how much it's fluttering around.
Oh yeah.
Nice thing about using this software here is called Fire Capture, but the nice thing about this software is it's got some stabilization options and some auto guiding options for planetary imaging. So by clicking on this auto align here, you can prevent the planet from floating all over the field of view, and it kind of centers it, kind of locks it in the center. It tends to help the stacking program too, create a stable image. But yeah, so I've been stacking up these images as I get them, and this is kind of a view of Mars here that I've captured live tonight. So this is a monochrome image through an infrared filter. And the reason I'm using an infrared filter here is it helps. It's a more stable frequency band to shoot through the atmosphere. If you shoot through visible light like red, green, and blue, progressively the images get less sharp as they're more affected by the atmospheric stability. So when you shoot through an infrared filter, you can get a lot more clarity in the image. And so that's what you're seeing here is just a monochrome shot of the infrared band.
Beautiful.
But you still get, plenty of detail into the planet. And I think you saw when I clicked in this, I took a full color image, which I shot yesterday. actually yesterday morning.
Look at that.
So this is the infrared luminance data with the red, green, blue filters overlaid. And so this is, I would say this is one of the more crisp shots I've ever gotten of Mars. It's really difficult to get surface detail on Mars at any point other than opposition. So these few weeks is when you can really start to get a good view of the planet, because it gets so much larger and you can see the surface details. But yeah, definitely happy with how this turned out.
Yeah.
You know, I noticed even as I've been imaging it, as we've walked up to the opposition here, that the polar ice cap has been shrinking on the South Pole. And this is definitely the tiniest it's been since we've had a good season for Mars. But also, interesting thing here is you start to see the blues of the cloud deck of the planet shining through. So you see something, you know, some clouds up around, or some atmospheric haze up around the North Pole, and also on the limb of the planet here. I've gotten an infrared filter, or sorry, an ultraviolet filter also to shoot Venus and Mars, and the ultraviolet filter really shows the cloud details pop out. Let me see if I have that up here. I thought I had it. Yeah, so this is shot through an ultraviolet filter, and you can see that the details are a lot less sharp, but you can see a lot of definition, or a lot of differentiation in the clouds, you know, around the limb of the planet, up through the North Pole and out to the other limb. And so this is just another shot from last night of Mars.
Wow. Spectacular.
Yeah, it's been a great season for planetary imaging, and this is a one from just a couple of weeks ago of Venus, and again, this is shot through infrared, green, and ultraviolet filters, so you get an expanded spectrum on the planet, and you can begin to see the cloud details in Venus too. So yeah, I shot this the day the news came out about finding phosphine in the atmosphere of Venus.
Right.
And I just happened to shoot it that morning, and that news broke during the day. So I processed this image, and you know, kind of had some unique meaning that day, because you know, the indications are that, you know, the phosphine could be a potential indicator of life.
Right. I know.
Or some natural process we don't understand, but it's kind of a cool thought to think about. That
It's very intriguing.
Is there anything alive in there? I don't know.
See
Is there
here,
anybody out there?
it looks like you can see the dark side feature as well. So
Yeah. So I've actually done this where I've imaged it in infrared, and there is a slight glow in the infrared spectrum, and that happens around 1,000 nanometer. And it's an emission from the surface. It's a heat emission, so you can actually image the dark side of Venus that way. I've done that a few times. The star background is just artsy, like, you know, because we're doing art, so why not, you know, put it in a scene. But yeah, you can definitely see the dark side of the planet if you're imaging it correctly, and I've done that several times now.
it's very cool.
I wouldn't say correctly, but with the right technique or with the right filters. So,
Right.
not saying what I do is right, but you know, it's just
Not wrong. Not wrong. Very cool. Beautiful.
yeah. So that's
Thank
that.
you very
Thanks.
much.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So let's see. Where are we going to next here? We've got Jerry Hubbell. Jerry, why don't you show what you're doing now? You're going to show a couple of things, so I'll come back. Let's do one, and then we'll come back and do the other.
You're talking to me?
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I wanted to show the spectroscopy that I'm working on. Let me get this going.
Oh, the skies tonight over Virginia, is it?
They're
steady?
clear. They're clear.
It's clear. How's the sea?
So let me actually I got this stupid thing here. I gotta get this window out of the way. All right, so you can see the telescope there in the picture, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm gonna take an image. Right now I'm on a Alpha Pegasus. Let's see here. I think it's Alpha Pegasus. All right. So just to demonstrate taking the photograph, I just loaded. I can't get this window out of the way. Get over there. So this is what it looks like. I'm going to take another image, and right now I put a new filter wheel in and had to change the filters and put them in there. And one of the things that we do at the with the spectrometer with the spectral grading is we rotate it so that right now you see that the spectrum is horizontal, but when we take the photograph, it's actually supposed to be vertical because the vertical axis is the deck axis, okay? And we don't have any, so you don't really have any drift in deck, okay, to smear the lines. So that's how we configure the spectral grading to keep the lines nice and sharp in the spectrum. But we haven't gone back. I just started testing the spectral grading, and we have to go back and reorient it a little bit. You can see it's off axis a little bit. It's actually about 30 degrees off. So it's pretty close. I mean, it's pretty good, but it needs to be lined up vertically so that when the lines don't get smeared in the deck axis. So what I do is I basically rotate this thing horizontal, and then then I can show you this. I'm using Maxim DL to take the photographs and to do this graph. All right.
Okay.
So this is what the lines on the spectra look like. Now they're not, depending on which star it is, you'll get different lines, right? So for example, in Vega, which I did earlier, you can see the lines are a little sharper.
Yeah.
It depends on the star and other things like that. But let me see what the star type is here. So Alpha Pegasus is actually it's an A star, just like Vega is. So the lines should be very similar, but the magnitude is a little bit less, so there's more noise. Of course, Vega's pretty much near the brightest as the stars, like Sirius. But so what I use is another program called RSpec, which Tom Field wrote. I don't know how many of you guys know Tom Field, but he's a great guy. But he wrote this program to process spectra, and this is what, get this stuff out of the way. So this is the image right here. You can see it. And one of the things you can do, get this over here, is you calibrate the image, the wavelengths. You calibrate it for wavelengths, okay? So what we're showing here is this, in the image, you've got the stars right here. You see that? And then you have the spectra that gets off to the side. The star position is called the zero order. So that's a reference point for the calibration. Okay, so when I calibrate this image, it'll for the zero order, you have to basically click on which pixel is the zero order. Okay. And then what you have to do is you have to pick out one of the lines in your spectra and say you have to know what line that is, and that'll scale it so that you get all these you get the correct scaling for wavelengths on the spectra.
Yeah.
All right. Now you've probably seen spectra that look different than this, where it starts out high and then it slopes down like a slope. That's what a truly calibrated image, because there's two calibrations. One is for wavelength and the other one is for instrument response. Okay, so the CCD camera is not sensitive the same all across the wavelengths, right? It starts out in the ultraviolet way down here, and then it gets more sensitive as you get up into the green. You can see the colors right here. Okay, as you get into the blue, you get more sensitive. Green is the most sensitive, and then it starts to taper off into the red and the infrared. So this overall curve shape is the instrument response, basically, and it has not been normalized for that. So, but you can still pick out the absorption lines. So let me close that, and then I'll zoom up on these absorption lines. Okay. So I've picked out a few lines, which I've got, keeps hiding behind that thing. So we've got the hydrogen bomber lines. We've also got helium, nitrogen. I don't know if you can read this list. It's really small, but helium, carbon, nitrogen. So if I move my cursor, if I zoom up here, so this is the hydrogen beta line. Okay, that's what this big dip is right here.
It's got like a descriptor there.
Yeah, that's a descriptor. That's the hydrogen beta absorption line. And then down here is the hydrogen gamma line. You can see that dip right there.
Wow.
And then you've got a couple other lines that are kind of interesting here. You got this big dip right here, right?
Right.
Which is that's carbon 4.
Wow.
So we're detecting carbon in that star.
Yes.
Right
there.
There's other. So let's see what else we got here. So we got this right here, right? Let's see what this little dip is here. That's hydrogen. Is that what it says? Let me see. I can't quite see it. Can't get it to come up here. Let's see what's on the list. It's hydrogen delta. And what else is here? Let's see what else is here. It's probably the silicon 4 is there also, maybe.
So you're seeing all these great, incredible elements that make up the star.
Right. And based on once if I had normalized this spectra to the instrument response, then you can start really determining what type of star it is based on its shape. Is what it comes down to. But that takes a little bit more work. I haven't done any of this in a while, so I'm just getting back into it after I changed the filter wheel out and testing it, so that we have to do that alignment. But basically, you can see how the images look. Let me show you. Let me take an image. I'm gonna make it really a long image, so that you can see all the other stars in there. I'm gonna do a 30-second image. All right, and then you can see what it looks like as a raw image. You can already see a couple of stars right here, but this was just a 1-second image. So even at 1 second, you can see how sensitive
a lot of detail
this is, right? And you'll see it when I bring it up here, it'll be blown out. Actually.
Now, first, I think a lot of amateur astronomers who love to see the beautiful photographs and all the rest of it, they look at a spectra and maybe it's a little boring to them. But once you start mining, data mining the spectra itself, it's very interesting, because now you're starting to peel away, just what you see and being able to get at what you can't otherwise see. And this is what spectroscopy does for you.
Right. So here's another one. Here's another star that's a lot dimmer.
Yeah.
You can still see these same lines here. I don't know. I would have to identify the star to see what type it is. But and then there's a really dim star right here. I don't even know if you can see it. See a little bit of
Oh yeah.
And then here's the main. You can see it's saturated.
Yes.
So that's kind of what we get here with the spectra. That's I've been messing around with that some, and then we'll come back and I'll talk about the other tool that I use for doing exoplanet work.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks, Jerry. I think you promised Jeff Wise that you would try to have a bigger mouse pointer.
Oh yeah, right. All right, yeah.
When you know, maybe you can switch. Okay.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll work on that.
Okay. All right. And between Astro, Beard, and Cesar Brolo right now, who's got a live image? Did you get a clap? Do you have it? Do you have a live image, Cesar?
I do.
No, I have an storage of image, old image, but nothing now because I have clouds.
Okay.
Out of Mars.
Okay. All right. Let's go over to Richard Grace. And
yes.
Okay. All right. So let's see.
Howdy, y'all. Welcome
is
to
a
the
night
party.
For enjoy only.
Okay.
Great to be at the Star Party once again.
Yeah.
Let's see, I'm going to share some screen here.
Yeah. Now, the first time Richard came on our program for the first Global Star Party, it rained on him. So he's been, but he's come
good.
He's come back almost every time. In fact, maybe every Star Party we've had, and he's been sharing his images and his telescope and his expertise. So you got, this is M33, is that right?
Yep, this is M33 as shot currently from the backyard in Annapolis City. And I'm using this screen stretch because I just upgraded to Sharp Cap Pro, so I can reset that, and that's what I'm getting. But got a little auto stretch feature, and it brings out the blue, but this filter shows a strong blue cast. It's the Optilong L Pro. Works very good for galaxies, at least for me, with all the light pollution around and everything. And let's see here. Let's drop that. Can we see this? Let's see if there we go. I took that this week with the Comet Hunter. It's my best shot yet on the Ring Nebula. It was on the other side from the full moon, so I did that.
Mm-hmm.
And I shot that with the 130 Newt.
Oh wow, that's nice.
I'll be working with that some more. It was kind of just another test shot, but I wanted to throw that out there. I kind of like the 6-point diffraction spike, and it's kind of fun. So
yeah.
we'll be working with that one some more, especially as the moon goes away.
Yeah, lots of detail in the nebula there. Mm-hmm. Beautiful.
All right, I'm going to stop my sharing. Should be good.
Great. Okay. All right. Well, that was quick. So
usually I'm pretty quick with that.
Okay. Thanks, Rick.
No scientific explanation, just what I'm working with and on with the show.
That's right. Okay. All right. And how about you, Tyler? Do you have a live image there?
I don't have a live image. I packed up. I'm getting kind of tired. But I do have, Scott works me to death, so I gotta get sleep when I can.
That's right. That's right.
So, but I got a little quick process on what I've shot last night and the night before.
Okay.
Are y'all able to see that? A little. Pardon that?
Mm-hmm.
So I've been shooting that with the Explorer Scientific 115 FPL 53 with a 0.8 reducer that I'm testing out. Now, if I go back on some of this, has just been cropped in an automatic background extraction and a DBE, and that was the initial image. And I gotta figure out the stacking on this one. So I'm gonna probably have to get with Gary since he's the expert of PixInsight. Not bad all in all for just maybe 4 hours of capturing lights.
Yeah.
I can't complain. And that's about it for me.
All right. Looking good. Looking good. Get some rest. It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah. All right. See y'all later. Thanks for everything that y'all are doing.
Tyler, take care.
See y'all.
How about, let's see. Let's go to about Wade.
Hey, you got me?
Yeah, I got you.
So I've got the Death Star up right now.
Yes, you do.
So yeah, she's big and bright right now and screwing up everything else. So I figured I'd spend a little time on her. This is a live feed, so I'm fairly new to live feeds with this. So, but hey, I wanted to show you something too. Last week, Gary did a little tutorial on the new StarNet feature in PixInsight, and StarNet's been there for a while, but it was a third-party process, and it was called StarNet Plus, and it worked a little different. And they I guess so many people. I remember looking at the forum because there were some issues with it working on the Mac. You had to turn off the system integrity on the Mac to get it to install, or run it through terminal. And not a lot of people like to do that. So, but I remember being on the forum, and there's just so many people that wanted that to work. And so I guess that is why they built it into the actual PixInsight now. So it's a native process now, and it works a little different. So, I image and process a lot of nebula. Galaxies are tougher for me. Really thick star fields are tougher for me. I have, Andromeda is one of my favorite galaxies, to look at images on. And I took an image of that, and I didn't really like the results. Well, when Gary started showing us StarNet last week, it was one of those kind of aha moments, And so I was actually on, while he's going through it, I've got PixInsight up on another monitor, and I'm just going at it. And so I really appreciate that. We probably should send him a check for that, because I definitely got something out of it. But so I wanted to show that off. StarNet will pull the stars out of an image, and it also used to give you the option to create just a star mask, and just a different way of creating a star mask. Well, now it will pull the stars out, but when you select create a star mask, it actually creates the stars. I mean, it separates the stars. It's not just white mask. It's the actual stars. So you can actually work on the nebula and then go work on the stars and then combine them back together.
Oh, I see.
So,
That's
so
fine.
this, yeah, so this is, so I'll bring, let me, I have to.
You probably have to unshare and then go back and.
Just have to exit full screen out of that, and then I can pull this over. And so this is my,
there we go.
This is just the nebula out of it. And
no stars.
No stars. And then here's my star field.
There's actually like 1 billion stars there.
Yeah.
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 Billions.
And then this is my final image on that. So to me, this is one of the better, this is really the best Andromeda that I've processed. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without, Gary helping. I just imaged this and tried to process it and just didn't like the results. And so, so I thought about it and I was like, there's one other one that has a huge amount of stars in it that it baffles me when I'm trying to process it. And that's the Cygnus loop. So, the Vell Nebula, the Pickering's Triangle, all of that stuff. And so here is the starless image on that.
Mm-hmm.
And so we have what the new generation of astrophotographers is calling the Joker Nebula over here on the left.
Oh, right.
Because once you see the Joker in it, you can't ever unsee it.
Yeah, that's right.
And then so I scaled back on the stars on this, and then brought them back. And so here is the stars back into it.
That's very good.
So anyway, I just wanted to, these really aren't the greatest. I didn't spend I didn't have a lot of data. I need a lot more data for these, both of these. But my point was to brag on Gary a little bit because I was having a real problem processing this before he gave that tutorial last week, and it made a big difference with me.
Great.
They look really good. They do. And I suffer with the same thing. I never have enough data. I never have enough hours in the day to grab the data. So all of these modern tools that are coming out now that are helping everyone, that's the way forward. This is what it does. And I'm the same. I can look at an image and just think, I'll work on that later. And that might be 6 months' time. Just because I don't like the process that's actually running through with it for some reason.
Right.
These newer tools really work well. So I'm glad you're finding it useful.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate that.
No problem.
Excellent.
And Scott will send you the check for that.
We'll take up a collection. No, Gary's classes, I think, are worth every penny that he charges. So, and he, I think he probably has students from around the world, but he will absolutely maximize, and give you a crash course on how to take your images to the next level. So.
I'd like to say too, Gary, the reason I was asking you what your Instagram handle was is because I tagged you on an image in there that I posted on there. You might want to go in and add your website to your profile.
Yeah. I really don't use it a lot. That's the reason why. I should, but I never have enough hours in the day.
Because I was telling people to, that you do that, you teach it, and they should, if they're needing help, they should, they should hit you up and do one of your classes.
Cool. Thanks. I will wander into it tomorrow when I wake up.
All right. Or later today.
Yeah. Cheers.
Right. Okay. All right. So who's up next here? I think we've got Mike Wiesner. You got something live going on there? Mike, you there? Maybe he's getting a drink or something. Okay. All right. Who else can we go to here? How about you, Cesar? You wanted to show some of your images here?
Well, what wasn't possible to have a clear sky tonight, but we can talk about the possibilities in the skies, about what type of equipment is able to use in the middle of the city.
Yes.
Well, you know that we try in the global star parties to make something in deep sky. We tried. We could take pictures. I say we because you accompany me, Gary, and you, and then of the global safari
This week, you're
night, maybe 2 weeks ago.
yes, absolutely.
And yes, of course that in the middle of the city, really where you have a border scale 8 or 9, it's difficult but not impossible to make astrophotography. Also with small telescope or teleobjectives in cameras. And we can try a lot of different pictures. Of course, that here with I tried with the APO 800, 880 telescope with an alta azimuth mount, similar like a Nexstar mount or alta azimuth mount. I took pictures of a very popular nebula in south hemisphere, that is Eta Carinae, and I used it. Let me show you maybe if I have. I don't know where, because normally I don't use this computer. But if it's possible, I can take. I'm not sure of I have in my desktop this picture, but it's normally using oxygen 3 filter or CLS. Maybe here in my sky, my formula is using middle of text of without filter, and another part 50% take with the oxygen 3 or CLS filter, and combining monochrome mode. In the reflex camera is you have the option, don't use the Bayer screen or the Bayer, how do you say,
Yes.
And combining this work very, very well. Despite the light pollution, is you have more tools to work with the picture. But I'll find the picture in 30 seconds if you like. I advise you, if I have the picture of the Eta Carina that I took here from balcony.
Okay.
This was in this April. But you can talk with another one, because maybe I don't need.
Then we'll do. Okay, I'll let you find your
Sorry.
Scott, I'm back. This is Mike.
Hey, Mike, how are you, man?
I couldn't get the mute to unmute, so so you want to do me?
Production or something, perhaps. But let's give you the stage here. All right. There we go. It's all you, Mike.
Okie dokie. So I'm here in Southern Arizona, and what you're seeing on the screen, I hope, is a live view of Saturn on an iPhone through a 12-inch telescope. And it is live. If I zoom in a little bit here, you kind of see it wiggling around just a little bit. Unfortunately, Saturn's getting a little low, and there's some clouds getting up near it. So it's not quite as nice a view as I had earlier when it was more towards the meridian. But that's there. This is an app called Nightcap Camera, which is an app that I use mostly for doing galaxies and nebulae and star clusters. What I will use for planets when I want to stack a bunch of videos is I'll use the iPhone camera app, and I will go to the slow-mo video mode. And on the later models of the iPhone, you can actually do 240 frames per second.
Oh, wow.
So in just a few seconds, you can actually get a lot of video recorded with a lot of frames.
Yeah.
And you can adjust the exposure by just, sliding over here. And you can do all kinds of different things there, get out of that mode. So there's all kinds of different things you can do. Whoops, get back here. So that's how you can do videos and getting a lot of stuff, a lot of frames. Like I say, you can get several thousand video frames in just a few minutes, a few seconds, that you can then stack in your favorite stacking program. But mostly when I'm doing astrophotography, I'm using nightcap camera. Nightcap camera gives you full control over all of the exposure settings, focus. And right now you can see it's auto bumping up the ISO. You can go all the way up to 12,500 on the later model iPhones. You can do 1 second exposures all the way down to just a few tenths of a second or hundreds of a second or thousandths of a second, depending on what you want to image. You can use all the different cameras on the phones, but there's also a whole bunch of different special modes that I'll just briefly talk about. I know the angle is kind of backwards here, kind of tilted on the screen. That's just the way the iPhone's mounted right now. But you can do long exposure, which is what I use for doing the deep sky objects. I will turn that on, and typically I will use a 1 minute exposure. And what the app does then, it takes a whole bunch of 1 second exposures, which is the maximum shutter speed, the slowest, and it stacks all those images right on the device. So in 1 minute, you can get a lot of frames. They get automatically stacked. You can also do some star trails. There's a special ISS mode. So you mount the phone on a tripod. It'll do all the neat auto exposure stuff to give you a nice streak across the sky as the space station goes across. There's this thing, this little star symbol little star symbol right there. That's called light boost. That just adds even more gain without creating a lot more noise. So you can really do the faint stuff. So very briefly, that's what the iPhone looks like. Now, if I can, so what you were seeing is my iPad is looking at the iPhone screen. But let me see if I can share my screen. I've never tried this on the iPad. So if I say share, can I share my screen?
Not sure.
Let's see if it lets me share Safari. Oh, it won't let me share Safari. Oh, rats. That's unfortunate because I don't really have anything else there. Okay, right. So now how do I get out of that mode? But if you go up to my website, which is www.wiesner.com/co, or just do a Google search for Cassiopeia Observatory, named after the constellation, because that's my initials, MW, up in the sky. That's what I learned when I was 6 years old back in the 1950s. Just search for Cassiopeia Observatory, and there's a menu across the top. Just click on the Photos tab and scroll down that page and look for the Messier catalog that's down on the iPhone. Every object in the Messier catalog I have photographed with an iPhone. And of course, everybody can do M42. That's a pretty easy, bright object to do on a smartphone. But as you look through those images, you'll see things like some faint galaxies. M104, one of the ones that I'm most proud of, though, is the M82 Cigar galaxy. You can see the structure of that galaxy very nicely. You can see the colors. You can see the dark area, all done with a smartphone. So there's quite a bit that you can actually photograph with some experience. And I've been doing this since, like I said earlier, since 2007. And today's software, today's smartphones are pretty doggone amazing for doing astrophotography. So since I couldn't share my screen, I don't really have much more to say tonight. One of the nice things about living out here in this rural area in southern Arizona is my dark skies. One of the bad things is I don't have very good internet access that's not expensive. So, so I need to probably drop off here. I'm eating a ton of data tonight, my expensive LTE data. So any questions out there, Scott?
I think that you went through it fairly quickly, but people wanted to know what app you were using, which you said was Nightcap, and I was able to put your website up there in chat so people can go to wiesner.com/co. You were trying to lead them to your photos, is that right?
Yeah, if you go to the photos tab up there, there's all the photos that I've done. I tell everybody I just play at doing astrophotography. So there's a lot of DSLR pictures as well as the iPhone stuff. But there's a special album for the iPhone Messier catalog objects, which I think is pretty impressive. If you click on the videos tab up there at the top, down near the bottom of that page is a link to the video that Scott and I did several months ago on smartphone astrophotography. And that goes into all of the details, lots of pictures, lots of products that I use, the apps, the smartphone adapters, goes into quite a bit of detail. So if you want to watch that video, runs about an hour or something. Lots of information there. And since I mentioned the videos page, there's another link down there at the bottom of that videos page that is actually called the Universe of Images. About 3 years ago, the local PBS station interviewed me for a story that they aired. And that story got nominated for an Emmy Award back in 2018. So it didn't win, but it was really cool to get to be nominated.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. I put up those links for the photos and also for the videos. So we'll have to have you on for another regular show like we did before, and we can follow up on maybe some more advanced use of a smartphone with your telescope. Because for all you guys that don't have astro imaging cameras, you probably have one. You probably have a smartphone, so and you can get started there. So
yep, absolutely.
Thank you. And actually, you got a very nice, very clean connection out there. So that's excellent. Sorry it costs so much to have it run, but thanks for sharing.
Yep, glad to be here. Glad to help anybody. My email's up on the website, so if anybody's got any questions about doing smartphone astrophotography, they can always drop me an email.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much.
So, 99 all.
All right. Take care. Well, we are getting down to the last part of our show here. Jerry, I think that you wanted to show some more at the Mark Plate Remote Observatory.
Yeah, so that's right. So let me, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share my desktop this time. I wanted to do this real quick. Of course, it's never where I expect it to be. All right. So I just want to go through a couple of, do you see that okay?
Yeah.
I don't, stupid thing. Get this video out of the way. All right. So one of the things we do at the Mark Plate Remote Observatory is to do exoplanet observing. Okay. And this is a talk I gave this past weekend at the ALPO conference. And basically what we're doing is a high precision photometry to do exoplanet, where we can measure the magnitude down to like 0.001 magnitude or 0.1% basically is what it comes down to. And just to get a quick shot, this is what the MSRO looks like inside the observatory. So I discovered this paper back in 2018 that was written in October of 2017. It talks about this new instrument called a beam shaping diffuser. Okay.
Mhm.
And what it is, it's this thing that looks like a filter, except it spreads the light out to be able to minimize the shot noise. That's a big part of the noise in your measurement. And so then all you get left is the scintillation noise.
What does shot noise mean?
Shot noise is a natural noise. It's a statistical type noise. That's basically part of the natural part of what it, when you measure a radiation source, okay, not all the photons come in at the same time. It's not a steady rate of photons. It's a random rate of photons, okay?
Okay.
So you collect these random photons, and so as you accumulate them, you're plus or minus 100 off your count, okay? If you're getting 1,000,000 photons, you're much less than that. You're only like 10 photons off your count, because you got much more data. Basically, it's a statistical type of measurement. So one of the ways to increase your precision in shot noise is to collect a lot more photons, and the way you do that with a camera without overexposing the pixel is to spread the light out, right? So you have more sensors that you collect the light, so you accumulate all those photons. You have much more photons, you have better statistics on the shot noise, and therefore that noise term goes way down. Okay.
Like 2 pixels, you've got what, 20 pixels now?
Also, typically you would have 15 to 20 pixels on a normal, or even less on a normal focus star.
Okay.
It might be 10 pixels. So, but on the diffuser, the way it diffuses the data, it spreads the light out across a lot more pixels. You can see in this top, and it's a top hat shape, okay, versus a normal Gaussian point spread function. And this is kind of what it looks like over on the left. It looks like a blobby star, but it's a very special shape that allows you to measure the light, the total amount of photons, very accurately, or I should say very precisely.
Yeah.
So one of the things that you can do is you take these images of the exoplanet star over time, and you do differential photometry, where you compare the difference between the target star and the comparison stars. So the target star is here in the green, and the comparisons are in the red. So you're looking for changes, okay, between these. You're assuming that these comparison stars are fixed, and that you actually have a transit going on with the target star. You assume there's going to be a change there, but the comparison stars are the reference, basically. All right. So you have a reference, and then you have the target. And so you compare the target to the reference and look for any changes in the target. You assume that the reference is steady. So that's the basis for the precision photometry. And this is the one we happened to on November 11, 2018. This is the exoplanet we observed, HAT P16b, during our Facebook broadcast. I was showing how the MSRO worked doing this work.
Yeah.
And this shows, so if you look at this red curve is the model for the shape of the transit, okay? And from this shape, you can determine a lot of different parameters. You can see how small each one of these things here is I didn't raise my, I increased the cursor size on the MSRO, so I'll get to that in a minute. I didn't do it on my own machine here.
Okay.
But right here,
yes,
you can see how the samples, the error bars are very small. That's the shot noise error. But the scatter is the scintillation noise, okay? The scatter in all these samples is a scintillation noise.
Mhm.
So the shot noise precision was around 1 millimag, or 0.1%, okay? Where the total precision was 0.27%, or 2.7 millimag. All right, so These are the model values that we're calculating based on that. I don't want to get into that too much. I'll just show it here for a second. You can look at that. So I just wanted to show that. Let's see if I can get out of this. I wanted to show that just to give you an idea of what we're doing here with the diffuser. I wanted to take an image. Let's see. I'm pointed at a fairly bright star, Alpha.
Okay.
Alpha Andromeda, which is a second magnitude star. We can do these measurements up to about 10th magnitude. All right, so this is what it looks like. All right. And you can see it's kind of flat. This doesn't show it quite as well as this other plot, which is a little better. So you can see it kind of slopes up and then flattens off here at the top. That's what the star looks like, a big blobby star basically. And you can see how many pixels it is. So that's 50, and this is at about 80. So it's about 30 pixels wide. 30 to 35 pixels wide is how big this blob is basically.
Okay.
So that's what it looks like when you take an image with the diffuser.
Okay.
So I'm going to change the filter to the none so you can see what this actually looks like. What the actual image looks like without the diffuser. And you focus it, so you don't have to defocus the star or do anything. You just focus it normally, and then you put the diffuser in place, and it spreads the light out for you. All right, so one of the things we're dealing with, see all this brightness? That's the moon. So let me show you. Look how bright the sky is here in the observatory.
Right.
You see that?
Yes.
You see how big I made the cursor?
Big now.
So look, it looks like daytime.
Yes.
That's the moon. That's what all this is. So you can see here, you can see all the stars when it's focused. Okay.
Now, Jerry, some of the people are watching this and they're going, this is over my head,
Yeah.
But the MSRO Science Group is a prize partner with us, and one of the prizes is a session to learn this. So
yes,
so if you've never done this kind of work before, you've never done photometry, and you want to learn it, okay? Jerry and his team can take you step by step and teach you, what this stuff is. For us to go over it just in a few minutes, okay? Yeah, and if you've never done it before, it's
tough. Yeah, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain without a lot of words too and pictures. So.
And even, you look up the definition of shot noise in Wikipedia, and Jerry just basically said, exactly what you read in Wikipedia about shot noise. Okay, so you have to understand statistical, information, statistical data, and but once you start working with it, then you can get it. Okay, and once you gain that knowledge, then you're taking some stepping stones to the methods of science, and it's possible for anybody. And so,
right.
I recommend that hopefully, if you're participating in our prize program, then maybe you'll win one of these prizes. But other than that, I recommend that you probably join the Rappahannock Astronomy Club, or you go to MSRO Science. I'm going to put in the website here.
Yeah, do that. I wanted to show this picture real quick. I did this early in yesterday morning, I guess. This
Nice.
is the moon with a deep sky camera that's not with only 800 and some uh, millimeters of focal length, 850 millimeters of focal length. It's not set up for planetary lunar imaging at all. Yet I was able to get pretty good resolution. So I'm going to zoom up on this thing and show you what I got in terms of resolution. You can see craters like these little spots here are about 7 miles, 6 miles. The little hints of craters, the little lighter spots, those are like 5 to 4 miles in diameter. So even with a deep sky camera on a wide field, and this field of view is 1.5 by about 1 degree.
Right.
Is how big this field of view on this camera is. And you know, this looks like what you normally see looking up, but then you know, you can see here how much detail you get on this image. And this was just, I think this was a stack of 40 of the images. The problem with a deep sky camera is it takes forever. It's not like a video. It takes forever to bring down a bunch of images. So it took like 20 minutes to get 1,000 images, which isn't like you get 1,000 images in a video in about 30 seconds, or less, so that's kind of what I wanted to share that a little bit of one of the things I did this morning. So and you can see Copernicus right there. You can see a little bit of detail, and then Kepler over here. You can see the rays. This is cool. You can see all the ray pattern off of Copernicus and off of Kepler.
Right.
And actually off of Tycho too. You can see Tycho here. You can see all the ray systems coming off of that. That's pretty cool.
Can you imagine
So
impact look like?
yeah.
Right.
So yeah, if you want to, so I was going to give away an introductory lesson on the MSRO
Right.
tonight, but I haven't thought about it on how to go about giving that away. I guess I got to come up with a question.
Well, we'll use one of the questions that the Astronomical League asked.
Yeah, do that. Pick a question, and then the second person that answers it, we'll give them an hour. I think it's like an hour-long introduction to the MSRO, one-on-one, learning how it works and how to operate it.
Right, we'll do that. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so let's see. Did you find your image? I think you're still muted, Cesar.
I'm sorry. Well, I have a couple of old and new pictures that I took mostly from this balcony of the roof of the tower.
Sure.
Let me see if I can. Well, this is the app. Sorry, I'm not sharing the.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Here. Yes, are of the things that are share screen. Share. You can see.
There we go.
Okay, this is the picture of the small cloud of Magallanes.
The small bench
area. Yes, a small cloud. Here do you have two little in the another cloud of Magallanes, in the big one, do you have the Tarantula Nebula? But here do you have two little mix of nebula and clusters. Let me check if I can show you. Stop chat. I need to go. I don't know why. Okay. Mhm. Here. This is, oh, I'm sorry. This is an individual shot of Orion Nebula here in from the roof of the tower here in the same building.
In Buenos Aires.
In Buenos Aires, yes. But yes, we have some advantage here in Buenos Aires. Sorry, not in Buenos Aires, in this tower, because we have the roof. The roof is open to the people that live in the tower only.
Okay.
It's a nice place where you have a solarium in summer, you know. This is in the 37th floor. I remember that I invited to watch, the view is amazing because we have the airport. You can see the roof of the airport, the roof, sorry, of the airplanes when they are going. And this is 47 to Canal.
Oh, look at that. That is
another, yes, this is the another cluster. It's part of the picture that we took 3 weeks ago.
wow. I like this wide field view because you can really see. You know,
Yes, when you use a telescope here in Buenos Aires, you need a lot of different how do you say, sorry. You still see my screen?
Yes. You're still on 47 to Cannon.
Yes, this is the final picture of Orion from the roof of the building.
Okay, we're not seeing that picture yet.
Yes, yes. When you use filters or maybe one filter, you have a lot of options to work from a sky that sometimes looks like something missing of possibilities, but this is the thing that we talk with for many customers that came to our store to say, okay, but why I need a telescope in the middle of the city? And I say, okay, no, really, you can use a telescope in middle of the city. Of course, that is like to buy a Ferrari. Maybe you can use inside the city, with the red lights and
sure.
You can enjoy, or you can, yes, experiment the sensation to have a Ferrari. Maybe if you can go an open area as well. The telescope is the same.
Yes.
But you can feel something of astronomy from the city, from the places where you have light pollution, because many days have good conditions to work in, especially in image. Also, the thing changes with the DSLR, the all digital cameras, because maybe in the city you can't see something more that also the telescopes, you can see a galaxy, but you can take a picture of the galaxy from the city.
That's true. That's very true. Excellent. Cesar, thank you for sharing, man.
So you're welcome. It's the only thing that I can share tonight.
No, it's good. All right. Well, we're kind of towards the end of the program here, I can tell. Does anyone have anything else they'd like to share or discuss, or?
I do have another live image.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Okay.
We got the Pleiades like somewhere around 10 degrees from the moon, and the filter seems to be working.
It is working. It's true.
Let me hit the, what's this? There's the stretch button there. It's not really working too well, but.
Yeah, but
Yep. So we'll stack those up at some point in time and gather some more data.
Right.
Where's my stop sharing button? There it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be up for the rest of the night. I think I'll wait up till Orion comes up and mess around with that some more.
Sure. Sure. How about you, Jason?
Can you hear me? Okay,
I hear you.
sorry.
Sure.
I was trying to get off of mute. No, I'm just still making an effort with Mars here, but it's not necessarily panning out. But I can show something here. I just had recently finished an image, and I thought it was interesting. So this here, can you see my screen?
Yep.
This here is was shot through my 8-inch SCT telescope, but this is a galaxy cluster. It's called Able 2218, and I first became familiar with this because there's a Hubbell shot of the area, which was very interesting because this area, this galaxy cluster, contains a lot of gravitationally lensed galaxies. So I wanted to see if I could actually capture that with the backyard telescope. So this image, I mean, just looking at it, just looks like a bunch of stars, right? But if you actually zoom in on here, this whole cluster in the middle is actually comprised of galaxies. So as you zoom into this image, you start to see that these are large elliptical galaxies here in the center. And there are actually gravitational lensed galaxies, arcs around these galaxies. This was one here. This is probably the most prominent one. I could point out other ones, but they become fainter and fainter. But I thought this was pretty interesting. And that's the first time I've actually captured gravitational arcs. And for, I guess, anybody listening that doesn't know what actually happens here, let me see if I can zoom back out and go to the next image in this set. Not that one.
Yeah, I'm reading about it and typing and what this Abel.
Yeah, so this is, I actually annotated, where did it go? All right, I actually annotated this image here. Just to explain a little bit, you know, the depth of the image, you kind of lose it when you start zooming in here. You can't tell what's a star, what's a galaxy, but so this right here is a foreground galaxy. It's you know, due to the redshift, they've calculated it out to be over 300 million light years away.
Wow.
But this entire galaxy cluster here, which is labeled Able 2218, is 2.1 billion light years away. And then these lensed galaxies, so the physical mass of these galaxies actually is enough to bend the light behind the galaxy. So you're actually, you can see objects behind this galaxy cluster due to the way that the gravity bends the light as it passes through the cluster.
Crazy.
So you can see these distant objects, they become lensed, which means their light is concentrated and or distorted enough to where it becomes visible to us. And this arc here, which is just one of them I've called out, is 11 billion. There's a galaxy 11 billion light years away.
Really, and that is hard to wrap. I mean, just to wrap your head around that, you know.
Yeah, and I mean, so conventional wisdom, Big Bang Theory puts the age of the universe at like 13 to 14 billion years.
Right.
So these are galaxies that were formed in the infancy of the universe.
Right.
And this cluster, I couldn't capture it here because I'm trying to compare myself to Hubble Space Telescope, but there's actually a galaxy here, which is the furthest, as of the early 2000s, they might have found a more recent one, but is one of the most distant objects ever photographed at one of the most distant galaxy objects ever photographed at over 13 billion light years is within this cluster, but obviously I don't have the technology to pull that one out. But I pulled up an article here, which maybe I can show. Yeah, the Wikipedia object explains that. And then I think, yeah, this is the Hubble shot, which shows that object only visible in infrared light as it's just a faint smudge, but due to the redshift is like a redshift of 7.5, which is an incredibly distant object, was distanced at over 13 billion light years. So anyway, you can go, you can see the Hubble, the Hubble image of that area is just incredible with all these arcs, surrounding the cluster.
Wow. That's amazing. I love that. The whole reason I do astronomy the way I did is because of reading Timothy Ferris's book, The Red Limit. And this was astronomers using, trying to figure out the distance scale of the universe. And just the fact that you can see, fossil light through an eyepiece and image, such distant things through a backyard telescope is just, it blows my mind. It still does, and this is just a spectacular, your images are just a spectacular example of that, Jason. So
yeah, thanks.
Awesome.
Well, I certainly enjoy the same thing, part of the journey with astrophotography, for me at least, is not just making the pretty pictures. It's like, actually contemplating what you're looking at. Yeah. And, the depth in this image is incredible when you start thinking about it. These large stars, around the perimeter, they're probably, 1,000 light years away. The galaxies get into hundreds of millions of light years away, and then that galaxy cluster, you start talking about billions, and then the most distant objects captured in here are tens of billions of or at least 10 billion light years away.
Yeah,
you can't even fathom those numbers. I mean, to wrap your head around it is just,
one light year is 5.9 trillion miles, and now we're into billions of light years, and it's just the distance is just, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like trying to contemplate the national debt.
Yeah, right. It's about the same magnitude, right? No, it's less. But yeah, what gets me is to think that light can travel that far unimpeded. Makes you realize how empty space really is. That you can just, from my backyard, I can look up and see that distance.
Yeah,
just pure nothingness.
And you put that photon that terminated its life in your eyeball after traveling that far, or in your camera.
Yeah, the other interesting thing to think about, and maybe an astrophysicist would have a different spin on it, but I think that as you approach the speed of light, right, the experience of time slows down for you. So from the point of view of the photons leaving this galaxy cluster, say for example, that trip to my camera sensor was instantaneous.
Right.
That's right. Something I can't wrap my head around yet. But
the thing is too, is that this light that's coming across here, these photons were crushed in the middle of these stars. It's the original photons. It's not like some sort of copy or some sort of reflection, and that there's somehow, even though they are this incredibly vast distance, it's not like it's separate from us, So, I mean, you couldn't capture it if it was, so it is mind blowing. These kinds of images really stretch, just everything that you can imagine about the universe when you see stuff like this.
Yeah. So anyway, that's kind of, that's the origin of my username on all these platforms, is the vast reaches, because this is what I really love, is just kind of, looking out there and seeing what you can see.
Yes. So. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Wow. Well, I think that we've had a pretty good start party. We had some beautiful music. We had some, we had some art, had some great lectures. Libby and the Stars did, she did a very good job today. She did a great job at talking about Mars, and yeah, I feel really blessed that we had all these astronomers with us today to kind of peel back the universe for us, and that was the perfect ending, Jason. So
yeah, thanks.
Wonderful. Gary, thank you very much for sharing the science with us, and Cesar, thank you for showing us what's possible from your backyard, even in a big city. It's encouraging people to look up and explore with affordable equipment.
Yes, encouraging the people to make something with affordable. Yes, you say this. Yeah, I have Mars in the screen now live.
All right, but let's see it.
If you like, only seconds.
Yeah, no problem.
If you like, well, we can
get out.
It's only for sure. Yes, a lot of seeing, because it's a mix of clouds and sim. But we had a better Mars last week, where we can show the polar, the ice polar white. But today, I think that these words like and don't worry about the mount, is not the Exus 100 today. The mount is an very old Nexstar Altazimuth mount that have this problem of tracking, and in a time of in a period make a movement to up, but it's really maybe a mount from the 2004. It's really old mount. The Exus 100 don't have this problem. But it's yes, you can see this how do you say, this sham. Well, was Mars jumping. Yes, this is the setup.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Some comments here. Matthew Weish, it looks like is how you pronounce that. He says, wow, I was wondering if gravitational arcs were capable of being captured in a backyard scope. And there it is, unreal. People are blown away, Jason. That's great. Ms. Roper said, great program. Thanks. Love your eyepieces. Thank you. That's great. Jeff Weiss says, I am looking at Mars through a 14 millimeter Explore Scientific 100-degree eyepiece right now. Glad you're out there looking, Jeff. That's great. Tim Myers, my Exos 2 with Sharp Cap and CDC held Mars dead center for about an hour tonight. Fantastic mount. Good. I'm glad it's all working for you guys. You know, it's awesome to have you know, people watching from around the world, and you know, we had a great group tonight. No, thank you. I thank you very much. Got anything more to add there, Richard?
No, always a good time. Looking forward to next time.
All right.
Thank you everybody for coming out. You know, share, like, subscribe, and all that good stuff.
That's right. We have, we'll do this again this Saturday, but it'll be the European edition. Gary Palmer is rallying up astronomers in Europe. And we will start that program at 4 o'clock Central this weekend. And so we'll probably run from about 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock Central for that show. I'll be putting out, you know, announcement posters for that. And if you're interested in joining, by all means, please do so. And I'll be sending out login credentials for that. But I think that we're ready to close the show, and thanks very much, everyone. Have a good night, and
Thanks, Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay. And here we go.
You